The Bells of Canterbury by Anna Bird Stewart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bells of Canterbury. Persons in the play. Pupils at a girls' school.
Freshman, read by Twinkle.
Sophomore, read by Philip Gould.
Junior, read by T.J. Burns.
Senior, read by Lian Yao.
Characters from the Canterbury Tales. First Nun from the prologue.
Read by Michelle Eaton.
Hippolyta from the Knight's Tale.
Read by Abai.
Prioress from the prologue.
Read by Kay Hand.
Second Nun from the prologue.
Read by Thomas Peter.
Wife of Bath from the prologue.
Read by Sonia.
Emily from the Knight's Tale.
Read by Eva Davis.
Griselda from the Clerk's Tale.
Read by Patty Salem.
Narrator, read by Kalinda. Costumes. The simplicity of the costuming, as well as of the stage setting, makes the play an easy one for amateurs to produce. The dress of the four schoolgirls should be as modern as possible. Their hair should be elaborately arranged. Hippolyta should wear the dress of an Amazon, armor if possible, or a short skirt, sandals laced high with crossed strings, waist to match the skirt, a crown and a shield on the left arm. The shield can be made by gilding or covering a barrel head with silver paper. Emily wears a long gown of pale dull green cheesecloth, falling straight from the shoulders and girded in at the waist by a curtain cord. She must have fair hair, which should be braided down her back. Griselda should wear a similar costume of pale gray and lavender, with a tall head-dress of wire covered with white gauze and tinsel. The wife of Bath wears a short-skirted costume of very bright colors, red stockings, very broad shoes, and a straw hat with a broad brim and no trimming, if possible one of the sun hats worn by farmers. The prioress and her nuns wear black skirts and white waists. Over this they wear black scholastic gowns, such as are worn by graduates of academies and colleges, girded in with a leather strap. A yard of white cloth cut down one side for about 10 inches, and then a circle cut out of the center, makes the white guimpe for the nun, the curved part being put under the chin, and the 2 cut ends fastened on top of the head. A second piece of white cloth is bound across the forehead for a bandeau. 2 yards of black material make the veil, which falls on either side of the face and down the back. The Bells of Canterbury. Scene: a schoolroom, or in the room of one of the girls, if preferred. If possible, a piano is included in the furnishings, which may be as elaborate or as simple as desired. 2 entrances must be provided, one covered by a square framework supposed to represent a bookcase. Books are across the top. In front of it hangs a full curtain. It will be very effective to have the framework representing the bookcase directly in the center of the stage at back, so that it is in full view of the audience. A table with books, etc., can be placed at one side of the stage. A few chairs can be set around the room, but not in a way to hide the bookcase. As the curtain rises, sophomore and freshman are seated at a table.
Now the seniors weren't that way last year. You're only a freshman, so of course you can't judge. But I never saw so slow a class as this year's. Why, they haven't said a word about the entertainment, and yet everyone knows they ought to give us a Thanksgiving party.
Any other festival can be substituted here.
A party? What do they have to eat?
They're not likely to have anything this year. If I had known that last Thanksgiving, I would have eaten twice as much. I haven't anything to be thankful for.
But you passed in history. Why don't you tell the seniors what they ought to do?
Shh! Here comes one of them.
Rises and goes to meet Senior. Enters Senior, tired out. She sits down with a great sigh of relief.
What's the matter?
Matter? Why, I'm half dead thinking.
Sophomore giggles.
Thinking.
Say, did you ever hear the word sophomoric?
Severely.
That's the sort of a joke that was.
What were you thinking about?
Trying to get up some new and original kind of a Thanksgiving party for the school.
You darling.
Embraces her.
We were afraid you had forgotten.
Senior rises and joins others.
I wish I could forget for a while, but they made me chairman of the committee, so I have to get up something. If I can't think of anything better, we'll have an ordinary spread and get just what everybody likes.
Grand. Welsh rarebit for me.
I want chocolate eclairs.
We ought to ask one of the juniors, too. That wouldn't be enough variety.
Ask Lorraine.
Where is she?
She told me she was going to study her Chaucer.
She didn't mean it. She never does.
Sophomore, going to door and calling.
Lorraine. Lorraine.
Junior, outside.
All right.
Maybe she's thinking up a new class souvenir to go with their rings and hat pins and pins and banners.
Tell her we want to ask her advice. Then she'll hurry.
Sophomore, calling.
Lorraine, how soon are you coming?
Junior, beginning before she enters with a Chaucer in her hand.
When that April with his shores sought. I came much more quickly than I'll ever get that old stuff in my head.
She throws the book down.
Don't you like Chaucer? We just loved him.
So do all the rest of our class, except me. I just can't get him into my head.
Poor thing. I should hope not.
What would you like to eat at the Thanksgiving spread?
Eat? Everything you're going to have.
Suspiciously.
This isn't one of those stupid puns on Chaucer, is it?
I should say not.
We are helping make out the menu. There's Welsh rarebit and chocolate eclairs already.
Have you any angel food?
Oysters.
Fudge.
And olives. Quick, give me a pencil so I can write it down.
Goes to table and writes.
Hurry, before the bell rings. That's much more fun to talk about than Chaucer. I'm glad I didn't live in his day. Imagine being praised for not putting your fingers in the gravy and spotting up your shirt front. I wager that old prioress was a stick. I shouldn't want her on our basketball team. There isn't a sensible woman in the whole of Chaucer, so far as I can see.
The curtain at the front of the bookcase begins to shake slightly, becoming more violent as the junior continues.
The wife of Bath was a regular Mormon. 5 husbands. That's what she had. And she wore red stockings. Such taste.
Senior rises and goes to Junior.
Lorraine, don't talk so much. Come help us decide between dill pickle and strawberry jam. We can't have both.
Lorraine can't help talking. Her whole class does it.
And what about your class, miss? And the angelic seniors? They never talk, do they? Thank goodness we're not like that old patient Griselda in Chaucer. She was afraid to open her head.
I think you know a lot about Chaucer. I never will remember all those names.
Oh, there are a lot more of them. One was a silly girl named Emily. She didn't do anything but have hair a yard long, I guess. And for that, she had 2 lovers. I'm going to get a hair tonic. That's how silly men were in Chaucer's day, before they learned how to play football or had fraternities.
Oh, girls, if you had only seen the hero in the matinee yesterday. He was simply grand, and he had such pretty curly hair.
The bell rings.
I know I could think of lots more things to eat if I only had more time.
Well, come on, I have to go to history.
She starts out.
Wait for me.
Exeunt senior, sophomore, and freshman.
Here's where I die. Where's that hateful book? It won't do any good to lose it. There are a dozen more copies in the bookcase.
Sings.
Hang Jeff Chaucer on a sour apple tree. Hang Jeff Chaucer on a sour apple tree. Hang Jeff Chaucer on a sour apple tree. Our teacher marks us on.
Exits as she sings. The curtain in front of the bookcase shakes more violently than before. Then from behind the curtain comes the voice of the wife of Bath.
Ladies, I prithee, hearken for the best. Can Chaucer's children switch words here and rest? This is the point, to speak in short and plain. We, one and all, we use it with disdain.
She comes out of the bookcase.
Come forth, and when we've made our reckoning, that girl perchance another tune will sing.
Enter the prioress.
What word, sweet Eglantine, would you employ to tell us of your vengeful wrath?
Prioress with deep intensity.
Saint Loy.
Then Chaucer's uttered sooth about her oath. Odds bodykins, that cannot do us both.
Come hither, my two nuns, to my side, till that my mighty anger shall subside.
Enter two nuns who stand on either side of the prioress.
That girl, alas, hath made my speech too tart, who once was conscience all and tender heart. O Emily, whose hair is in a tress, behind your back a yard long.
Wife aside.
I guess.
Enter Emily.
O Emily, let that hair's golden ray shine on our vengeance ere another day.
The path of duty plain is to be seen.
Enter Hippolyta the queen.
Ladies, this is Hippolyta the queen.
They all bow, the prioress with delicate grace, the wife with a clumsy curtsy.
My sister is a famous Amazon.
I have no grievance, but I want the fun.
In courtesy lay ever my desire.
Aside to nuns.
How charming with a real queen to conspire. Madam, your smiling is full simple.
And coy.
Come, how can we that saucy wicht destroy?
Emily, musingly.
She, as a servant, would befit my station.
First nun to prioress.
Or feed your hounds.
The second nun nods in agreement. Prioress, catching sight of the wife's look of disapproval, aside.
Or scour her reputation.
Pray, madame, if it's all the same to you, perhaps the rest would like a word or two.
I fear you ask too little, for I know that you have answered yes 5 times or so.
A spiteful thing! Perhaps if you'd had one, he might have taught you how to curb your tongue.
There is a weak cry from the bookcase.
Surely 'twas not to quarrel that we came.
A second cry from the bookcase.
Hark! 'Tis a voice I hardly dare to name.
Enter from behind the curtains Griselda. As Griselda appears...
Griselda?
Hippolyta, disapprovingly.
You for patience always quoted.
'Twas only to my duke that was devoted. Now further patience would but be disgrace. I move we put that junior in our place.
All signify emphatic agreement.
Where is she?
That, alas, we none can tell.
Heaven help us.
A bell rings outside.
Hark! The ringing of the bell.
They draw into the background as the junior comes in. She throws the Chaucer on the floor. All the Canterbury characters jump and cry out as if in pain as it hits the ground.
I knew that I didn't know a word of that Chaucer lesson. I don't believe English people ever spoke like those old Canterbury pilgrims. If I studied a year, I'd never know whether a letter was silent or wasn't silent. I think it ought all to be made silent. And I think we ought to be allowed to read George Barr McCutcheon or somebody interesting instead of old fogies that died in... Dear me, when did old Chaucer die anyway?
The prioress comes forward with dignity and speaks, to the evident wonder of the junior.
Mademoiselle, were you from Stratford at the Bow, where I learned French? Some manners you might know.
That's in my belfry, all right.
Alas, my child, try while that you are young to make your English sweet upon the tongue. You should speak always in fair charity.
Yeah, but how harshly did you speak of me?
I'm blessed if I know what you are, so how could I say anything?
We are then Chaucer's children, he who hath but love for all men.
I'm the wife of Bath. What did you say of me? What did you say?
Junior looks around wildly.
Look out, be careful, or she'll run away.
Honest, you've got me so muddled I don't know what I'm doing. Do you want me to believe that you're people out of a book? Why, those old Canterbury Tales characters never did live. Chaucer just made them up. If you aren't somebody dressed up to tease me, I've got 'em.
Ladies, hear that which maketh the last straw. I plead for justice and demand the law. Not live when we are deathless? Chaucer dear, I pray that you that heresy can't hear.
Hark, one and all, while judgment I pronounce. If that this maid her treason will renounce, most humbly on her knees our grace besiege, and duly quote some lines of praise for each. Then we will pardon grant? Do all consent?
All bow.
If not, unto the bookcase she is sent.
Say something about each one of you? I never could in the world. That's why I hate Chaucer so.
As she says hate Chaucer, the characters all cringe.
I never could learn the old stuff.
As she says old stuff, they sigh and raise their eyes in silent protest.
It will go hard with thee for that same sin.
Second nun nods to these words.
Prithee, delay no longer, but begin.
The junior looks around until her eye meets the prioress.
Are you the prioress?
I am yclepid Madame Eglantine.
What rhymes with eglantine? Wine?
The prioress looks duly shocked.
Thine? Divine? I know. It's something about singing through your nose, the service divine.
The seemly way to sing.
The seemly way.
Here, Eglantine, you can't take up all day.
I'd prove my vocal method without peer.
Perhaps she could.
Suppose she does it here.
Never mind. Miss Eglantine, did they call you sister in those days? Never mind. I'll play your accompaniment on the piano.
Piano?
Why, yes. Oh, I never thought that you wouldn't know that. There's a piano.
The following passage can be omitted if a piano is not convenient. They go over looking curiously at it. The wife touches the keys by accident. All jump at the sound.
What do you want to sing?
Prioress, slightly affected.
Alas, I cannot sing without my notes.
Surely that is a line each reader quotes.
Do you know the Yama Yama Girl?
Substitute any popular song. The prioress looks blank.
Nor even the Merry Widow?
Why, 'tis a thing that Chaucer never had. In his day seemly widows all were sad. You speak of folk of whom I have no ken.
One song, madam, you know?
Oh, try it then.
The prioress sings to the tune of the old English ballad, Drink to me only with thine eyes.
Oh, we are Chaucer's children here, and well we love his name. We live in hearts that hold him dear, are nourished by his fame. Oh, listen now while thus we sing our songs of olden days, when court and king and common folk united voiced his praise. When I was once a little lass at Stratford on the Bow, I hastened daily to my class, my one dream was to know. I studied there full seemly deep, with ne'er the smallest hint that other maids would some day weep at seeing me in print. I thought of nothing but my book to make my mind grow fair. So I'm afraid I never took the pains to do my hair.
She looks at the junior's hair.
Perchance if now I went went to school and sought its culture wide. Of coiffers strange I'd learn the rule and scorn what was inside. O gentle Chaucer, could you see the world around us here? Perhaps you change your poetry and call no pilgrim queer. And could you see the ladies' dress and what they wear the while, you'd know what made the critics guess you had a simple style.
Wife to Emily.
Look at her smile upon that silly miss. Look, Emilie, did we come here for this? As to her singing, well, I have heard worse. I fear her verses will make her perverse.
Prioress to Hippolyta.
To punish her would make my conscience prick.
O madam, be not flattered, think of stick.
Alas, 'tis true.
Fire up your dying wrath.
Wife to Junior.
What can you say about the wife of Bath?
I don't know. I can't remember anything.
Wife severely.
Did you not say my hosen were of red?
Well, they are, aren't they?
And what of that? Is that a case for scorn? My gear is eke as fine as ever was worn.
What about me?
Junior, puzzled.
Who are you? I just can't remember.
Do you not recognize her by her hair?
'Tis falling out because of grief and care.
Then I suppose you're Emily? But who is that?
Points to Griselda.
Ignorance.
She stamps her foot.
Griselda, you impatient.
Are you the one they used to call Patient Griselda? I never should have known you. And who are you?
To Hippolyta.
You did not mention me, so I excuse your ignorance, and yet your suit you lose. Come, ladies, come, draw close while we confer. The instruments of justice must not err.
They draw together and hold a whispered consultation, the junior vainly trying to pinch herself into reality.
I know it's all a dream, but I just can't wake myself up.
For her mad crime she's judged, and in disgrace the sentence is to put her in our case.
They take hold of the junior and begin pushing her toward the bookcase at the back of the stage.
Why, I thought you were only joking.
Chaucer alone it is with whom we jest. Come, nuns, both, and push her in with zest.
Oh, let me stay out. Don't make me go into that stuffy bookcase. There never will be room for me with all those other books. It will squeeze what little I do know out of me.
Relentless, they push her behind the curtains into the bookcase. Her voice grows weaker, finally dying away.
Life sentence is not much to pay for this.
Prioress to her nuns, who nod in agreement.
I think a little mercy not amiss.
She's quite filled up the space that once was ours.
How are we going to pass our leisure hours?
First nun to second.
Perhaps she'll sing again.
Perchance she will.
Wife to Hippolyta.
Say something quick, that we may hold her still.
Hark, did I hear a pleading little voice? Ah, ladies, in her punishment rejoice.
Junior, meekly, in a weak, timid tone from behind the curtain.
Dear ladies all, whom Father Chaucer loved, Hippolyta and Emily, Mrs. Wife of Bath, and Sister Prioress, and the two nuns, and Griselda, and anybody else I haven't mentioned, I'm sorry, and I'll never do it again.
Justice and law demand your punishment.
My tender heart would bid me cry, relent.
Junior, crying.
Please, ladies, for sweet Chaucer's sake,
They look at each other, moved by the mention of Chaucer's name.
Oh, Chaucer, you, who loved all people, come to my aid.
Sorrow has taught the maid the surest key that will unlock our hearts to charity.
Come forth, you are forgiven for your crime.
Our duty is done. To leave, it is full time.
Junior enters out of bookcase.
I'm sure I'm much obliged. And if you'd only stay a while longer, I'd like you to meet some of the other girls.
We thank you for your courtesy indeed. Since you believe, there is no further need.
They start toward the bookcase.
From all my mates some lesson you might learn.
Forget us not, in case we ne'er return.
Let me see. What can I learn from each?
As she speaks each name, the character disappears in bookcase.
Griselda, patience. Hippolyta, courtesy. The good wife, red stockings. Well, that clothes don't matter. Emily, no rats.
Hides her face for a moment.
The prioress.
The two nuns disappear.
Read the last line that Master Chaucer penned about me, and believe it without end.
She disappears. The junior looks at the bookcase curtain, which slowly stops swinging.
The last line.
She picks up the book she has thrown upon the floor and finds the passage.
And thereon hung a brooch of gold full sheen, on which there was first writ a crowned A, and after Amor vincit omnia. Amor vincit omnia. Love conquers all. I believe I do love Chaucer now. And to think they all live.
Enter the freshman, sophomore, and senior.
What on earth have you been doing?
Talking to the Canterbury Pilgrims.
Sophomore, tapping her head.
Sand in her gearbox.
I should think it would make her crazy to study that queer English so hard.
Poor dear. I'm going to make some fudge. That will make her feel better.
They start out of the room.
Oh, girls!
They stop and turn around. The junior starts to tell them. Hesitates.
They'll never believe it. But I know.
What did you call us back about?
The junior catches sight of the bookcase. With a little smile they do not understand.
Oh, nothing. I'm just glad that isn't a sectional bookcase.
The others look at her blankly. Curtain. End of The Bells of Canterbury by Anna Bird Stewart.
Box and Cox, A Romance of Real Life in One Act by John Madison Morton, Esquire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our cast of characters.
John Box, a journeyman printer, read by Philip Gould.
James Cox, a journeyman hatter, read by Jason in Panama.
Mrs. Bouncer, read by Beth Thomas.
And stage directions, read by Devora Allen. Costumes.
Box, small, swallow-tailed black coat, short buff waistcoat, light trousers short, turned up at bottom, black stockings, white canvas boots with black tips, cotton neckcloth, shabby black hat.
Cox, brown Newmarket coat, long white waistcoat, dark plaid trousers, boots, white hat, black stock.
Mrs. Bouncer, coloured cotton gown, apron, cap, etc.
Act 1, Scene 1. A room, decently furnished. At center, a bed, with curtains closed. At left of center, a door. At left, third entrance, a door. At left, second entrance, a chest of drawers. At back, right, a window. At right, third entrance, a door. At right, second entrance, a fireplace, with mantelpiece, table, and chairs. a few common ornaments on chimney-piece. Cox, dressed with the exception of his coat, is looking at himself in a small looking-glass, which is in his hand.
I've half a mind to register an oath that I'll never have my hair cut again.
His hair is very short.
I look as if I had just been cropped for the militia, and I was particularly emphatic in my instructions to the hairdresser only to cut the ends off. He must have thought I meant the other ends. Never mind, I shan't meet anybody to care about so early. 8 o'clock, I declare! I haven't a moment to lose. Fate has placed me with the most punctual, particular, and peremptory of hatters, and I must fulfil my destiny.
Knock at left door.
Open locks, whoever knocks.
Enter Mrs. Bouncer, left.
Good morning, Mr. Cox. I hope you slept comfortably, Mr. Cox.
I can't say that I did, Mrs. B. I should feel obliged to you if you could accommodate me with a more protuberant bolster, Mrs. B. The one I've got now seems to me to have about a handful and a half of feathers at each end, and nothing whatever in the middle.
Anything to accommodate you, Mr. Cox.
Thank you. Then perhaps you'll be good enough to hold this glass while I finish my toilet.
Certainly.
Holding glass before Cox, who ties his cravat.
Why, I do declare, you've had your hair cut.
Cut? It strikes me I've had it mowed. It's very kind of you to mention it, but I'm sufficiently conscious of the absurdity of my personal appearance already.
Puts on his coat.
Now for my hat.
Puts on his hat, which comes over his eyes.
That's the effect of having one's hair cut. This hat fitted me quite tight before. Luckily I've got 2 or 3 more.
Goes in at left, and returns, with 3 hats of different shapes, and puts them on, one after the other, all of which are too big for him.
This is pleasant. Never mind. This one appears to me to wobble about rather less than the others.
Puts on hat.
And now I'm off. By the by, Mrs. Bouncer, I wish to call your attention to a fact that has been evident to me for some time past, and that is that my coals go remarkably fast.
Law, Mr. Cox!
It is not the case only with the coals, Mrs. Bouncer, but I've lately observed a gradual and steady increase of evaporation among my candles, wood, sugar, and lucifer matches.
Law, Mr. Cox! You surely don't suspect me?
I don't say I do, Mrs. B. Only I wish you distinctly to understand that I don't believe it's the cat.
Is there anything else you've got to grumble about, sir?
Grumble? Mrs. Bouncer, do you possess such a thing as a dictionary?
No, sir.
Then I'll lend you one, and if you turn to the letter G, you'll find grumble, verb neuter, to complain without a cause. Now, that's not my case, Mrs. B., and now that we are upon the subject, I wish to know how it is that I frequently find my apartment full of smoke.
Why, I suppose the chimney.
The chimney doesn't smoke tobacco. I'm speaking of tobacco smoke, Mrs. B. I hope, Mrs. Bouncer, you're not guilty of cheroots or cubas?
Not I, indeed, Mr. Cox.
Nor partial to a pipe?
No, sir.
Then how is it that—
Why, I suppose— yes, that must be it.
At present I am entirely of your opinion, because I haven't the most distant particle of an idea what you mean.
Why, the gentleman who has got the attics is hardly ever without a pipe in his mouth, and there he sits with his feet upon the mantelpiece.
The mantelpiece? That strikes me as being a considerable stretch either of your imagination, Mrs. B., or the gentleman's legs. I presume you mean the fender or the hob.
Sometimes one, sometimes t'other. Well, there he sits for hours, and puffs away into the fireplace.
Ah, then you mean to say that this gentleman's smoke, instead of emulating the example of all other sorts of smoke, and going up the chimney, thinks proper to effect a singularity by taking the contrary direction?
Why?
Then I suppose the gentleman you are speaking of is the same individual that I invariably meet coming upstairs when I'm going down, and going downstairs when I'm coming up?
Why, yes, I—
From the appearance of his outward man, I should unhesitatingly set him down as a gentleman connected with the printing interest.
Yes, sir, and a very respectable young man he is.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Bouncer.
You'll be back at your usual time, I suppose, sir?
Yes, 9 o'clock. You needn't light my fire in the future, Mrs. B. I'll do it myself. Don't forget the bolster.
Going. Stops.
A halfpenny worth of milk, Mrs. Bouncer, and be good enough to let it stand. I wish the cream to accumulate.
Exit at left center.
He's gone at last. I declare, I was all in a tremble for fear Mr. Box would come in before Mr. Cox went out. Luckily, they've never met yet, and what's more, they're not very likely to do so, for Mr. Box is hard at work in a newspaper office all night and doesn't come home till the morning, and Mr. Cox is busy making hats all day long and doesn't come home till night, so that I'm getting double rent for my room, and neither of my lodgers are any the wiser for it. It was a capital idea of mine, that it was. But I haven't an instant to lose. First of all, let me put Mr. Cox's things out of Mr. Box's way.
She takes the 3 hats, Cox's dressing gown and slippers, opens door at left and puts them in, then shuts door and locks it.
Now then, to put the key where Mr. Cox always finds it.
Puts the key on the ledge of the door, left.
I really must beg Mr. Box not to smoke so much. I was so dreadfully puzzled to know what to say when Mr. Cox spoke about it. Now then, to make the bed, and don't let me forget that what's the head of the bed for Mr. Cox becomes the foot of the bed for Mr. Box. People's tastes do differ so.
Goes behind the curtains of the bed, and seems to be making it. Then appears with a very thin bolster in her hand.
The idea of Mr. Cox presuming to complain of such a bolster as this.
She disappears again behind curtains. Box without.
Pooh, pooh. Why don't you keep to your own side of the staircase, sir?
Enters at back, dressed as a printer. Puts his head out at door again, shouting.
It was as much your fault as mine, sir. I say, sir, it was as much your fault as mine, sir.
Mrs. Bouncer, emerging from behind the curtains of bed.
Law, Mr. Box, what is the matter?
Mind your own business, Bouncer.
Dear, dear, Mr. Box, what a temper you are in, to be sure. I declare you're quite pale in the face.
What colour would you have a man be who has been setting up long leaders for a daily paper all night?
But then you've all the day to yourself.
Box, looking significantly at Mrs. Bouncer.
So it seems. Far be it from me, Bouncer, to hurry your movements, but I think it right to acquaint you with my immediate intention of divesting myself of my garments and going to bed.
Oh, Mr. Box!
Going.
Stop! Can you inform me who the individual is that I invariably encounter going down the stairs when I'm coming up, and coming upstairs when I'm going down?
Yes, the, gentleman in the attic, sir.
Oh, there's nothing particularly remarkable about him except his hats. I meet him in all sorts of hats, white hats and black hats, hats with broad brims and hats with narrow brims, hats with naps and hats without naps. In short, I have come to the conclusion that he must be individually and professionally associated with the hatting interest.
Yes, sir. And by the by, Mr. Box, he begged me to request of you, as a particular favour, that you would not smoke quite so much.
Did he? Then you may tell the gentle hatter, with my compliments, that if he objects to the effluvia of tobacco, he had better domesticate himself in some adjoining parish.
Oh, Mr. Box, you surely wouldn't deprive me of a lodger?
It would come to precisely the same thing, Bouncer, because if I detect the slightest attempt to put my pipe out, I at once give you warning that I shall give you warning at once.
Well, Mr. Box, do you want anything more of me?
On the contrary, I've had quite enough of you.
Well, if ever. What next, I wonder?
Goes out at left of centre, slamming door after her.
It's quite extraordinary the trouble I always have to get rid of that venerable female. She knows I'm up all night, and yet she seems to set her face against my indulging in a horizontal position by day. Now, let me see. Shall I take my nap before I swallow my breakfast, or shall I take my breakfast before I swallow my nap? I mean, shall I swallow my nap before... No, never mind. I've got a rasher of bacon somewhere.
Feeling in his pockets.
I've the most distinct and vivid recollection of having purchased a rasher of bacon. Oh, here it is.
produces it, wrapped in paper, and places it on table.
And a penny roll. The next thing is to light the fire. Where are my lucifers?
Looking on mantelpiece, right, and taking box, opens it.
Now, 'pon my life, this is too bad of Bouncer. This is by several degrees too bad. I had a whole box full 3 days ago, and now there's only one. I'm perfectly aware that she purloins my coals and my candles and my sugar, but I did think, oh yes, I did think that my lucifers would be sacred.
Takes candlestick off the mantelpiece, right, in which there is a very small end of candle. Looks at it.
Now I should like to ask any unprejudiced person or persons their opinion touching this candle. In the first place, a candle is an article that I don't require because I'm only at home in the daytime, and I bought this candle on the 1st of May, Chimney Sweeper's Day, calculating that it would last me 3 months, and here's 1 week not half over and the candle 3 parts gone.
Lights the fire, then takes down a gridiron, which is hanging over the fireplace, right.
Mrs. Bouncer has been using my gridiron. The last article of consumption that I cooked upon it was a pork chop, and now it is powerfully impregnated with the odor of red herrings.
Places gridiron on fire, and then, with a fork, lays rasher of bacon on the gridiron.
Oh, how sleepy I am, to be sure. I'd indulge myself with a nap, if there was anybody here to superintend the turning of my bacon. Ah.
Yawning again.
Perhaps it will turn itself. I must lie down. So, here goes.
Lies on the bed, closing the curtains round him. After a short pause, enter Cox, hurriedly, left of centre.
Well, wonders will never cease. Conscious of being 11 minutes and a half behind time, I was sneaking into the shop in a state of considerable excitement when my venerable employer, with a smile of extreme benevolence on his aged countenance, said to me, "Cox, I shan't want you to-day. You can have a holiday." Thoughts of Gravesend and back, fare 1 shilling, instantly suggested themselves, intermingled with visions of Greenwich for 4 pence. Then came the 2-penny omnibuses and the halfpenny boats. In short, I'm quite bewildered. However, I must have my breakfast first. That'll give me time to reflect. I've bought a mutton chop, so I shan't want any dinner.
Puts chop on table.
Good gracious, I've forgot the bread. Hullo, what's this? A roll, I declare. Come, that's lucky. Now then, to light the fire. Hullo!
Seeing the lucifer box on table.
Who presumes to touch my box of lucifers? Why, it's empty. I left 1 in it. I'll take my oath I did. Hey day! Why, the fire is lighted. Where's the gridiron? On the fire? I declare. And what's that on it? Bacon? Bacon it is. Well now, 'pon my life, there is a quiet coolness about Mrs. Bouncer's proceedings that's almost amusing. She takes my last lucifer, my coals, and my gridiron to cook her breakfast by. No, no, I can't stand this. Come out of that.
Pokes fork into bacon, and puts it on a plate on the table. Then places his chop on the gridiron, which he puts on the fire.
Now then, for my breakfast things.
Taking key hung up, left, opens door left, and goes out, slamming the door after him, with a loud noise. Box suddenly showing his head from behind the curtains.
Come in, if it's you, Mrs. Bouncer. You needn't be afraid. I wonder how long I've been asleep.
Suddenly recollecting.
Goodness gracious, my bacon!
Leaps off bed, and runs to the fireplace.
Hello, what's this? A chop. Whose chop? Mrs. Bouncer's, I'll be bound. She thought to cook her breakfast while I was asleep, with my coals, too, and my gridiron. Ha ha! But where's my bacon?
Seeing it on table.
Here it is. Well, 'pon my life, Bouncer's going it. And shall I curb my indignation? Shall I falter in my vengeance? No.
Digs the fork into the chop, opens window, and throws chop out. Shuts window again.
So much for Bouncer's breakfast, and now for my own.
With the fork he puts the bacon on the gridiron again.
I may as well lay my breakfast things.
Goes to mantelpiece at right, takes key out of one of the ornaments, opens door at right, and exit, slamming door after him. Cox, putting his head in quickly at left.
Come in, come in.
Opens door left of center. Enters with a small tray, on which are tea things, etc., which he places on drawers left, and suddenly recollects.
Oh, goodness, my chop!
Running to fireplace.
Hullo, what's that? The bacon again? Oh, pooh! Zounds, confound it! Dash it! Damn it! I can't stand this!
Pokes fork into bacon, opens window and flings it out, shuts window again, returns to drawers for tea things, and encounters Box coming from his cupboard with his tea things. They walk down center of stage together.
Who are you, sir?
If you come to that, who are you?
What do you want here, sir?
If you come to that, what do you want?
Cox, aside.
It's the printer.
Puts tea things on the drawers. Box, aside.
It's the hatter.
Puts tea things on table.
Go to your attic, sir.
My attic, sir. Your attic, sir.
Printer, I shall do you a frightful injury if you don't instantly leave my apartment.
Your apartment? You mean my apartment, you contemptible hatter, you.
Your apartment? Ha, ha! Come, I like that. Look here, sir.
Produces a paper out of his pocket.
Mrs. Bouncer's receipt for the last week's rent, sir.
Box produces a paper and holds it close to Cox's face.
Ditto, sir.
Suddenly shouting.
Thieves!
Murder!
Mrs. Bouncer!
Each runs to door left of center, calling. Mrs. Bouncer runs in at door left of center.
What's the matter?
Cox and Box seize Mrs. Bouncer by the arm and drag her forward.
Instantly remove that hatter.
Immediately turn out that printer.
Well, but, gentlemen...
Explain.
Pulling her round to him.
Explain.
Pulling her round to him.
Whose room is this?
Yes, woman, whose room is this?
Doesn't it belong to me?
No.
There, you hear, sir? It belongs to me.
No, it belongs to both of you.
Sobbing.
Both of us?
Oh, dear gentlemen, don't be angry. But you see, this gentleman...
Pointing to Box.
Only being at home in the daytime, and that gentleman...
Pointing to Cox.
At night, I thought I might venture, until my little back second-floor room was ready.
When will your little back second-floor room be ready?
Why, tomorrow.
I'll take it.
So will I.
Excuse me, but if you both take it, you might just as well stop where you are.
True.
I spoke first, sir.
With all my heart, sir. The little back second-floor room is yours, sir. Now go.
Go? Pooh-pooh.
Now don't quarrel, gentlemen. You see, there used to be a partition here.
Then put it up.
Nay, I'll see if I can't get the other room ready this very day. Now, do keep your tempers.
Exit, left.
What a disgusting position.
Walking rapidly round stage. Box sitting down on chair at one side of table and following Cox's movements.
Will you allow me to observe if you have not had any exercise today, you'd better go out and take it.
I shall not do anything of the sort, sir.
Seating himself at the table opposite Box.
Very well, sir.
Very well, sir. However, don't let me prevent you from going out.
Don't flatter yourself, sir.
Cox is about to break a piece of the roll off.
Hello, that's my roll, sir.
Snatches it away, puts a pipe in his mouth, lights it with a piece of tinder, and puffs smoke across to Cox.
Hullo, what are you about, sir?
What am I about? I'm about to smoke.
Wah!
Goes and opens window at Box's back.
Hello.
Turns round.
Put down that window, sir.
Then put your pipe out, sir.
There.
Puts pipe on table.
There.
Slams down window and reseats himself.
I shall retire to my pillow.
Goes up, takes off his jacket, then goes towards bed and sits down upon it left of center. Cox jumps up, goes to bed, and sits down on right of Box.
I beg your pardon, sir. I cannot allow anyone to rumple my bed.
Both rising.
Your bed. Hark ye, sir, can you fight?
No, sir.
No? Then come on.
Sparring at Cox.
Sit down, sir, or I'll instantly vociferate police.
Box seats himself. Cox does the same.
I say, sir.
Well, sir.
Although we are doomed to occupy the same room for a few hours longer, I don't see any necessity for our cutting each other's throats, sir.
Not at all. It's an operation that I should decidedly object to.
And after all, I've no violent animosity to you, sir.
Nor have I any rooted antipathy to you, sir.
Besides, it was all Mrs. Bouncer's fault, sir.
Entirely, sir.
Gradually approaching chairs.
Very well, sir.
Very well, sir.
Pause.
Take a bit of roll, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Breaking a bit off. Pause.
Do you sing, sir?
I sometimes join in a chorus.
Then give us a chorus.
Pause.
Have you seen the Bosjemans yet, sir?
No, sir. My wife wouldn't let me.
Your wife?
That is, my intended wife.
Well, that's the same thing. I congratulate you.
Shaking hands. Cox, with a deep sigh.
Thank ye.
Seeing Box about to get up.
You needn't disturb yourself, sir. She won't come here.
Oh, I understand. You've got a snug little establishment of your own here, on the sly, cunning dog.
Nudging Cox. Cox, drawing himself up.
No such thing, sir. I repeat, sir, no such thing, sir. But my wife, I mean my intended wife, happens to be the proprietor of a considerable number of bathing machines.
Ha! Where?
Grasping Cox's arm.
At a favorite watering place. How curious you are.
Not at all. Well?
Consequently, in the bathing season, which luckily is rather a long one, we see but little of each other, but as that is now over, I am daily indulging in the expectation of being blessed with the sight of my beloved.
Very seriously.
Are you married?
Me? Why, not exactly.
Ah, a happy bachelor.
Why, not precisely.
Oh, a widower?
No, not absolutely.
You'll excuse me, sir, but at present I don't exactly understand how you can help being one of the three.
Not help it?
No, sir. Not you, nor any other man alive.
Ah, that may be. But I'm not alive.
Cox, pushing back his chair.
You'll excuse me, sir, but I don't like joking upon such subjects.
I'm perfectly serious, sir. I've been defunct for the last 3 years.
Shouting.
Will you be quiet, sir?
If you won't believe me, I'll refer you to a very large, numerous, and respectable circle of disconsolate friends.
My dear sir, my very dear sir, if there does exist any ingenious contrivance whereby a man on the eve of committing matrimony can leave this world, and yet stop in it, I shouldn't be sorry to know it.
Oh, then I presume I'm not to set you down as being frantically attached to your intended.
Why, not exactly, and yet at present I'm only aware of one obstacle to my doting upon her, and that is, that I can't abide her.
Then there's nothing more easy. Do as I did.
I will. What was it?
Drowned yourself.
Shouting again.
Will you be quiet, sir?
Listen to me. 3 years ago it was my misfortune to captivate the affections of a still blooming, though somewhat middle-aged widow at Ramsgate.
Cox, aside.
Singular enough. Just my case 3 months ago at Margate.
Well, sir, to escape her importunities, I came to the determination of enlisting into the Blues, or Life Guards.
Aside.
So did I. How very odd.
But they wouldn't have me. They actually had the effrontery to say that I was too short.
Aside.
And I wasn't tall enough.
So I was obliged to content myself with a marching regiment. I enlisted.
Aside.
So did I. Singular coincidence.
I'd no sooner done so than I was sorry for it.
Aside.
So was I.
My infatuated widow offered to purchase my discharge on condition that I'd lead her to the altar.
Aside.
Just my case.
I hesitated. At last I consented.
Aside.
I consented at once.
Well, sir, the day fixed for the happy ceremony at length drew near, in fact, too near to be pleasant. So I suddenly discovered that I wasn't worthy to possess her, and I told her so. When, instead of being flattered by the compliment, she flew upon me like a tiger of the female gender. I rejoined, when suddenly something whizzed past me within an inch of my ear and shivered into 1,000 fragments against the mantelpiece. It was the slop basin. I retaliated with a teacup. We parted, and the next morning I was served with a notice of action for breach of promise.
Well, sir?
Well, sir, ruin stared me in the face. The action proceeded against me with gigantic strides. I took a desperate resolution. I left my home early one morning with one suit of clothes on my back and another tied up in a bundle under my arm. I arrived on the cliffs, opened my bundle, deposited the suit of clothes on the very verge of the precipice, took one look down into the yawning gulf beneath me, and walked off in the opposite direction.
Dear me! I think I begin to have some slight perception of your meaning. Ingenious creature! You disappeared. The suit of clothes were found.
Exactly. And in one of the pockets of the coat, or the waistcoat, or the pantaloons, I forget which, there was also found a piece of paper, with these affecting farewell words: "This is thy work, O Penelope Ann."
Penelope Ann?
Starts up, takes Box by the arm, and leads him slowly to front of stage.
Penelope Ann?
Penelope Ann.
Originally widow of William Wiggins?
Widow of William Wiggins.
Proprietor of bathing machines?
Proprietor of bathing machines.
At Margate?
And Ramsgate.
It must be she. And you, sir, you are Box, the lamented, long-lost Box.
I am.
And I was about to marry the interesting creature you so cruelly deceived.
Ha! Then you are Cox.
I am.
I heard of it. I congratulate you. I give you joy. And now I think I'll go and take a stroll.
Going.
No, you don't.
Stopping him.
I'll not lose sight of you till I've restored you to the arms of your intended.
My intended? You mean your intended?
No, sir, yours.
How can she be my intended now that I'm drowned?
You're no such thing, sir, and I prefer presenting you to Penelope Ann.
I've no wish to be introduced to your intended.
My intended? How can that be, sir? You proposed to her first.
What of that, sir? I came to an untimely end, and you popped the question afterwards.
Very well, sir.
Very well, sir.
You are much more worthy of her than I am, sir. Permit me, then, to follow the generous impulse of my nature. I give her up to you.
Benevolent being, I wouldn't rob you for the world.
Going.
Good morning, sir.
Seizing him.
Stop!
Unhand me, Hatter, or I shall cast off the lamb and assume the lion.
Pooh!
Snapping his fingers close to Box's face.
An insult to my very face, under my very nose.
Rubbing it.
You know the consequences, sir. Instant satisfaction, sir.
With all my heart, sir.
They go to the fireplace, right, and begin ringing bells violently, and pull down bell pulls.
Mrs. Bouncer! Mrs. Bouncer!
Mrs. Bouncer!
Mrs. Bouncer runs in, left of centre.
What is it, gentlemen?
Pistols for two.
Yes, sir.
Going.
Stop! You don't mean to say, thoughtless and imprudent woman, that you keep loaded firearms in the house?
Oh, no. They're not loaded.
Then produce the murderous weapons instantly.
Exit Mrs. Bouncer, left of centre.
I say, sir.
Well, sir?
What's your opinion of dueling, sir?
I think it's a barbarous practice, sir.
So do I, sir. To be sure, I don't so much object to it when the pistols are not loaded.
No, I dare say that does make some difference.
And yet, sir, on the other hand, Doesn't it strike you as rather a waste of time for two people to keep firing pistols at one another with nothing in 'em?
No, sir, not more than any other harmless recreation.
Hark ye, why do you object to marry Penelope Ann?
Because, as I've observed already, I can't abide her. You'll be very much happy with her.
Happy? Me? With the consciousness that I have deprived you of such a treasure? No, no, Cox.
Do not think of me, Box. I shall be sufficiently rewarded by the knowledge of my Box's happiness.
Don't be absurd, sir.
Then you don't be ridiculous, sir.
I won't have her.
I won't have her.
I have it. Suppose we draw lots for the lady, eh, Mr. Cox?
That's fair enough, Mr. Box.
Or what say you to dice?
With all my heart. Dice, by all means.
Eagerly. Box, aside.
That's lucky. Mrs. Bouncer's nephew left a pair here yesterday. He sometimes persuades me to have a throw for a trifle, and as he always throws sixes, I suspect they are good ones.
Goes to the cupboard at right, and brings out the dice box. Cox, aside.
I've no objection at all to dice. I lost £1 17 and sixpence at last Barnet races to a very gentlemanly-looking man, who had the most peculiar knack of throwing sixes. I suspected they were loaded, so I gave him another half-crown, and he gave me the dice.
Takes dice out of his pocket. Uses lucifer box as substitute for dice box, which is on table.
Now then, sir.
I'm ready, sir.
They seat themselves at opposite sides of the table.
Will you lead off, sir?
As you please, sir. The lowest throw, of course, wins Penelope Ann.
Of course, sir.
Very well, sir.
Very well, sir.
Box rattling dice and throwing.
Sixes.
That's not a bad throw of yours, sir.
Rattling dice. Throws.
Sixes.
That's a pretty good one of yours, sir.
Throws.
Sixes.
Cox throws.
Sixes.
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 Those are not bad dice of yours, sir.
Yours seem pretty good ones, sir.
Suppose we change.
Very well, sir.
They change dice. Box, throwing.
Sixes.
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 Box flings down the dice.
Pooh! It's perfectly absurd your going on throwing sixes in this sort of way, sir.
I shall go on till my luck changes, sir.
Let's try something else. I have it. Suppose we toss for Penelope Ann.
The very thing I was going to propose.
They each turn aside and take out a handful of money. Box, aside, examining money.
Where's my tossing shilling? Here it is.
Selecting coin. Cox, aside, examining money.
Where's my lucky sixpence? I've got it.
Now then, sir, heads win?
Or tails lose, whichever you prefer.
It's the same to me, sir.
Very well, sir. Heads I win, tails you lose.
Yes.
Suddenly.
No. Heads win, sir.
Very well. Go on.
They are standing opposite to each other. Tossing.
Heads.
Tossing.
Heads.
Tossing.
Heads.
Tossing.
Heads.
Ain't you rather tired of turning up heads, sir?
Couldn't you vary the monotony of our proceedings by an occasional tail, sir?
Tossing.
Heads.
Tossing.
Heads.
Heads. Stop, sir. Will you permit me?
Taking Cox's sixpence.
Hello, your sixpence has got no tail, sir.
Seizing Box's shilling.
And your shilling has got two heads, sir.
Cheat.
Swindler.
They are about to rush upon each other, then retreat to some distance, and commence sparring and striking fiercely at one another. Enter Mrs. Bouncer, left of centre.
Is the little back second floor room ready?
Not quite, gentlemen. I can't find the pistols, but I have brought you a letter. It came by the general post yesterday. I'm sure I don't know how I forgot it, for I put it carefully in my pocket.
And you've kept it carefully in your pocket ever since?
Yes, sir. I hope you'll forgive me, sir.
Going.
By the by, I paid twopence for it.
Did you? Then I do forgive you.
Exit Mrs. Bouncer. Looking at letter.
Margate. The postmark decidedly says Margate.
Oh, doubtless a tender epistle from Penelope Ann.
Then read it, sir.
Handing letter to Box.
Me, sir?
Of course. You don't suppose I'm going to read a letter from your intended?
My intended? Pooh! It's addressed to you. C-O-X.
Do you think that's a C? It looks to me like a B.
Nonsense. Fracture the seal.
Cox opens letter. Starts.
Goodness gracious!
Box, snatching letter. Starts.
Gracious goodness.
Cox, taking letter again.
Margate, May the 4th. Sir, I hasten to convey to you the intelligence of a melancholy accident which has bereft you of your intended wife. He means your intended.
No, yours. However, it's perfectly immaterial, but she unquestionably was yours.
How can that be? You proposed to her first.
Yes, but then you... Now don't let us begin again. Go on.
Cox, resuming letter.
Poor Mrs. Wiggins went out for a short excursion in a sailing boat. A sudden and violent squall soon after took place, which, it is supposed, upset her, as she was found 2 days afterward, keel upwards.
Poor woman.
The boat, sir.
Reading.
As her man of business, I immediately proceeded to examine her papers, amongst which I soon discovered her will, the following extract from which will, I have no doubt, be satisfactory to you. I hereby bequeath my entire property to my intended husband. Excellent but unhappy creature!
Generous, ill-fated being.
And to think that I tossed up for such a woman!
When I remember that I staked such a treasure on the hazard of a die.
I'm sure, Mr. Box, I can't sufficiently thank you for your sympathy.
And I'm sure, Mr. Cox, you couldn't feel more if she had been your own intended.
If she'd been my own intended? She was my own intended.
Your intended? Come, I like that. Didn't you very properly observe just now, sir, that I proposed to her first?
To which you very sensibly replied that you'd come to an untimely end.
I deny it.
I say you have.
The fortune's mine.
Mine.
I'll have it.
So will I.
I'll go to law.
So will I.
Stop. A thought strikes me. Instead of going to law about the property, suppose we divide it.
Equally?
Equally. I'll take 2/3.
That's fair enough, and I'll take 3/4.
That won't do. Half and half.
Agreed. Here's my hand upon it.
And mine.
About to shake hands, a postman's knock, heard at street door.
Hullo, postman again.
Postman yesterday, postman today.
Enter Mrs. Bouncer.
Another letter, Mr. Cox. 2pence more.
I forgive you again.
Taking letter.
Another trifle from Margate.
Opens the letter. Starts.
Goodness gracious!
Box, snatching letter. Starts.
Gracious goodness.
Cox, snatching letter again. Reads.
Happy to inform you. False alarm.
Box, overlooking.
Sudden squall. Boat upset. Mrs. Wiggins, your intended.
Picked up by a steamboat.
Carried into Boulogne.
Returned here this morning.
Will start by early train tomorrow.
And be with you at 10 o'clock exact.
Both simultaneously pull out their watches.
Cox, I congratulate you.
Box, I give you joy.
I'm sorry that most important business of the Colonial Office will prevent my witnessing the truly happy meeting between you and your intended. Good morning.
Going. Cox, stopping him.
It's obviously for me to retire. Not for worlds would I disturb the rapturous meeting between you and your intended. Good morning.
You'll excuse me, sir, but our last arrangement was that she was your intended.
No, yours.
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 10 o'clock strikes. Noise of an omnibus.
Ha! What's that? A cab's drawn up at the door.
Running to window.
No, it's a twopenny omnibus.
Cox, leaning over Box's shoulder.
A lady's got out.
There's no mistaking that majestic person. It's Penelope Ann.
Your intended.
Yours.
Yours.
Both run to door, left of center, and eagerly listen.
Hark, she's coming up the stairs.
Shut the door.
They slam the door, and both lean up against it with their backs. Mrs. Bouncer, without and knocking.
Mr. Cox! Mr. Cox!
Shouting.
I've just stepped out.
So have I.
Mr. Cox!
Pushing at the door. Cox and Box redouble their efforts to keep their door shut.
Open the door! It's only me, Mrs. Bouncer.
Only you? Then where's the lady?
Gone.
Upon your honor?
As a gentleman?
Yes, and she's left a note for Mr. Cox.
Give it to me.
Then open the door.
Put it under.
A letter is put under the door. Cox picks up the letter and opens it.
Goodness gracious!
Box, snatching letter.
Gracious goodness.
Cox snatches the letter and runs forward, followed by Box. Cox, reading.
Dear Mr. Cox, pardon my candor.
Box, looking over and reading.
But being convinced that our feelings, like our ages, do not reciprocate,
I hasten to apprise you of my immediate union
with Mr. Knox.
Huzzah!
3 cheers for Knox. Ha, ha, ha.
Tosses the letter in the air and begins dancing. Cox does the same. Mrs. Bouncer, putting her head in at door.
The little second-floor back room is quite ready.
I don't want it.
No more do I.
What shall part us?
What shall tear us asunder?
Box.
Cox.
About to embrace. Box stops, seizes Cox's hand, and looks eagerly in his face.
You'll excuse the apparent insanity of the remark, but the more I gaze on your features, the more I'm convinced you're my long-lost brother.
The very observation I was going to make to you.
Ah, tell me, in mercy tell me, have you such a thing as a strawberry mark on your left arm?
No.
Then it is he.
They rush into each other's arms.
Of course we stop where we are.
Of course.
For between you and me, I'm rather partial to this house.
So am I. I begin to feel quite at home in it.
Everything so clean and comfortable.
And I'm sure the mistress of it, from what I have seen of her, is very anxious to please.
So she is, and I vote, Box, that we stick by her.
Agreed. There's my hand upon it. Join but yours. Agreed that the house is big enough to hold us both. Then Box
and Cox are satisfied.
The curtain falls. The end of Box and Cox.
Kathleen Ni Houlihan by William B. Yeats and Lady Gregory. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kathleen Ni Houlihan. Characters: Peter Gillane.
Read by Recording Person.
Michael Gillane. His son, going to be married.
Played by Garrett Goodison.
Patrick Gillane. A lad of 12, Michael's brother.
Read by Thomas Peter.
Bridget Gillane. Peter's wife.
Read by Daphne Ma.
Delia Cahill. Engaged to Michael.
Read by Sarah Hale.
The Poor Old Woman.
Read by T.J. Burns.
Neighbors. Stage directions read by James Curran. Scene: interior of a cottage close to Killala in 1798. Bridget is standing at a table undoing a parcel. Peter is standing at one side of the fire, Patrick at the other.
What is that sound I hear?
Oh, I don't hear anything.
He listens.
I hear it now. It's like cheering.
He goes to the window and looks out.
I wonder what they are cheering about. I don't see anybody.
It might be a hurling match.
There's no hurling today. It must be down in the town, the cheering is.
I suppose the boys must be having some sport of their own. Come over here, Peter, and look at Michael's wedding clothes.
Peter shifts his chair to table.
Those are grand clothes indeed.
You hadn't clothes like that when you married me, and no coat to put on a Sunday any more than any other day.
That is true indeed. We never thought a son of our own would be wearing a suit of that sort for his wedding, or have so good a place to bring a wife to.
Patrick, who is still at the window.
There's an old woman coming down the road. I don't know. Is it here she's coming?
It'll be a neighbour coming to hear about Michael's wedding. Can you see who it is?
I think it is a stranger, but she's not coming to the house. She's turned into the cab that goes down where Martin and his sons are shearing sheep.
He turns towards Bridget.
Do you remember what Winnie of the Crossroads was saying the other night about the strange woman that goes through the country whatever time there's war or trouble coming?
Don't be bothering us about Winnie's talk, but go and open the door for your brother. I hear he coming up the path.
I hope he has brought Delia's fortune with him safe, for fear her people might go back on the bargain, and I after making it. Trouble enough I had making it.
Patrick opens the door, and Michael comes in.
What kept you, Michael? We were looking out for you this long time.
I went round by the priest's house to bid him be ready to marry us tomorrow.
Did he say anything?
He said it was a very nice match, and that he was never better pleased to marry any two in his parish than myself and Delia K.L.
Have you got the fortune, Michael?
Here it is.
He puts bag on table and goes over and leans against the chimney jamb. Bridget, who has been all this time examining the clothes, pulling the seams, and trying the lining of the pockets, etc., puts the clothes on the dresser. Peter, getting up and taking the bag in his hand, and turning out the money.
Oh, yes, I made the bargain well for you, Michael. Old John Cahill would sooner have kept a share of this a while longer. Let me keep half of it till the first boy is born, says he. You will not, says I. Whether there is or is not a boy, the whole £100 must be in Michael's hands before he brings your daughter in the house. The wife spoke to him then, and he gave in at the end.
You seem well pleased to be handling the money, Peter.
Indeed. I wish I'd had the luck to get £100, or £20 itself, with the wife I married.
Well, if I didn't bring much, I didn't get much. What had you the day I married you but a flock of hens and you feeding them, and a few lambs and you driving them to the market of Ballina?
She is vexed and bangs a jug on the dresser.
If I brought no fortune, I worked it out in my bones, laying down the baby, Michael that is standing there now on a stook of straw while I dug the potatoes, and never asking big dresses or anything but to be working.
That is true indeed.
He pats her arm.
Leave me alone now till I ready the house for the woman that is to come into it.
Well, you are the best woman in Ireland, but money is good too.
He begins handling the money again and sits down.
I never thought to see so much money within my four walls. We can do great things now we have it. We can take the 10 acres of land we have a chance of since James E. Dempsey died and stock it. We will go to the fair of Ballina to buy the stock. Did Delia ask any of the money for her own use, Michael?
She did not, indeed. She did not seem to take much notice of it, or to look at it at all.
That's no wonder. Why would she look at it when she had yourself to look at, a fine, strong young man? It is proud she must be to get you, a good, steady boy that will make use of her money and not be running through it or spending it on drink like another.
It's likely Michael himself was not thinking much of the fortune either, but of what sort the girl was to look at.
Michael, coming over towards the table.
Well, you would like a nice comely girl to be beside you and to go walking with you. The fortune only lasts for a while, but the woman will be there always.
Cheers. Patrick, turning around from the window.
They are cheering again down in the town. Maybe they are letting horses from Enniscrone. They do be cheering when the horses take the water well.
There are no horses in it. Where would they be going, and no fair at hand? Go down to the town, Patrick, and see what's going on.
Patrick opens the door to go out, but stops for a moment on the threshold.
Will Delia remember, do you think, to bring the greyhound pup she promised me when she would be coming to the house?
She will. Surely.
Patrick goes out, leaving the door open.
It'll be Patrick's turn next to be looking for a fortune, but he won't find it so easy to get it, and he with no place of his own.
I do be thinking sometimes, now things are going so well with us, and the Cahell's such a good back to us in the district, and Delia's own uncle a priest, we might be put in the way of making Patrick a priest some day, and he's so good at his books.
Time enough, time enough. You have always your head full of plans, Bridget.
We will be well able to give him learning, and not to send him trambling the country like a poor scholar that lives on charity.
Cheers.
They're not done cheering yet.
He goes over to the door and stands there for a moment, putting up his hand to shade his eyes.
Do you see anything?
I see an old woman coming up the path.
Who is it, I wonder? It must be the strange woman Patrick saw a while ago.
I don't think it's one of the neighbors anyway. But she has her cloak over her face.
It might be some poor woman, heard we were making ready for the wedding, and came to look for her share.
I may as well put the money out of sight. There is no use leaving it out for every stranger to look at.
He goes over to a large box in the corner, opens it, and puts the bags in, and fumbles at the lock.
There she is, Father.
An old woman passes the window slowly. She looks at Michael as she passes.
I'd sooner a stranger not to come to the house the night before my wedding.
Open the door, Michael. Don't keep the poor woman waiting.
The old woman comes in. Michael stands aside to make way for her.
God save all here.
God save you kindly.
You have good shelter here.
You are welcome to whatever shelter we have.
Sit down there by the fire and welcome.
Old woman warming her hands.
There is a hard wind outside.
Michael watches her curiously from the door. Peter comes over to the table.
Have you travelled far today?
I have travelled far, very far. There are few have travelled so far as myself, and there is many a one that doesn't make me welcome. There was one that had strong sons. I thought they were friends of mine, but they were shearing their sheep, and they wouldn't listen to me.
It's a pity indeed for any person to have no place of their own.
That's true for you indeed, and it's long I'm on the roads since I first went wandering.
It is a wonder you're not worn out with so much wandering.
Sometimes my feet are tired and my hands are quiet, but there is no quiet in my heart. When the people see me quiet, they think old age has come on me, and that all the stir has gone out of me. But when the trouble is on me, I must be talking to my friends.
What was it put you wandering?
Too many strangers in the house.
Indeed, you look as if you'd had your share of trouble.
I have had trouble indeed.
What was it put the trouble on you?
My land that was taken from me.
Was it much land they took from you?
My 4 beautiful green fields.
Peter, aside to Bridget.
Do you think she could be the widow Casey that was put out of her holding at Kilgarth a while ago?
She's not. I saw the widow Casey one time at the market in Ballina, a stout, fresh woman.
Peter, to old woman.
Did you hear a noise of cheering, and you coming up the hill?
I thought I heard the noise I used to hear when my friends came to visit me.
She begins singing, half to herself.
I will go cry with the woman, for the yellow-haired Donecker is dead, with a hempen rope for a neckcloth, and a white cloth on his head.
Michael, coming from the door.
What is that you're singing, ma'am?
Singing I am. About a man I knew one time. Yellow-haired Donegal, that was hanged in Galway.
She goes on singing, much louder.
I am come to cry with you, woman. My hair is unwound and unbound. I remember him ploughing his field, turning up the red side of the ground, and building his barn on the hill with a good mortared stone. Oh, we'd have pulled down the gallows had it happened in Enniscrone.
What was it brought him to his death?
He died for love of me. Many a man has died for love of me.
Peter, aside to Bridget.
Her trouble has put her wits astray.
Is it long since that song was made? Is it long since he got his death?
Not long, not long. But there were others that died for love of me a long time ago.
Were they neighbors of your own, ma'am?
Come here beside me, and I'll tell you about them.
Michael sits down beside her at the hearth.
There was a red man of the O'Donnells from the north, and a man of the O'Sullivans from the south. And there was one Brian that lost his life at Clontarf by the sea. And there were a great many in the west, some that died hundreds of years ago, and there are some that will die tomorrow.
Is it in the west that men will die tomorrow?
Come nearer, nearer to me.
Is he right, do you think? Or is she a woman from beyond the world?
She doesn't know well what she's talking about, with the want and the trouble she's gone through.
The poor thing, we should treat her well.
Give her a drink of milk and a bit of the oaten cake.
Maybe we should give her something along with that to bring her on her way. A few pence or a shilling itself, and we with so much money in the house.
Indeed, I'll not begrudge it to her if we had it to spare. But if we go running through what we have, we'll soon have to break the £100, and that would be a pity.
Shame on you, Peter. Give her the shilling and your blessing with it, or our own luck will go from us.
Peter goes to the box and takes out a shilling. Bridget, to the old woman.
Will you have a drink of milk?
It is not food or drink that I want.
Peter, offering the shilling.
Here is something for you.
That is not what I want. It is not silver I want.
What is it you would be asking for?
If anyone would give me help, he must give me himself. He must give me all.
Peter goes over to the table, staring at the shilling in his hand in a bewildered way, and stands whispering to Bridget.
Have you no one to care you in your age, ma'am?
I have not. With all the lovers that brought me their love, I never set out the bed for any.
Are you lonely going the roads, ma'am?
I have my thoughts, and I have my hopes.
What hopes have you to hold to?
The hope of getting my beautiful fields back again. The hope of putting the strangers out of my house.
What way will you do that, ma'am?
I have good friends that will help me. They are gathering to help me now. I am not afraid. If they are put down today, they will get the upper hand tomorrow.
She gets up.
I must be going to meet my friends. They are coming to help me, and I must be there to welcome them. I must call the neighbours together to welcome them.
I will go with you.
It's not her friends you have to go and welcome, Michael. It's the girl coming into the house you have to welcome. You have plenty to do. It is food and drink you have to bring to the house. The woman that is coming home is not coming with empty hands. You would not have an empty house before her.
To the old woman.
Maybe you don't know, Mum, that my son is going to be married tomorrow.
It is not a man going to his marriage that I look to for help.
Peter to Bridget.
Who is she, do you think, at all?
You did not tell us your name yet, Mum.
Some call me the poor old woman, and there are some that call me Kathleen, the daughter of Houlihan.
I think I knew someone of that name once. Who was it, I wonder? It must have been someone I knew when I was a boy. No, I remember. I heard it in a song.
Old woman, who is standing in the doorway.
They are wondering that there were songs made for me. There have been many songs made for me. I heard one on the wind this morning.
She sings.
Do not make a great keening when the graves have been dug tomorrow. Do not call the white scarf riders to the burying that shall be tomorrow. Do not spread food to call strangers to the wakes that shall be tomorrow. Do not give money for prayers for the dead that shall die tomorrow. They will have no need of prayers. They will have no need of prayers.
I do not know what that song means, but tell me something I can do for you.
Come over to me, Michael.
Hush, Father. Listen to her.
It is a hard service they take that help me. Many that are red-cheeked now will be pale-cheeked. Many that have been free to walk the hills and the bogs and the rushes will be sent to walk hard streets in far countries. Many a good plan will be broken. Many that have gathered money will not stay to spend it. Many a child will be born, and there will be no father at its christening to give it a name. They that had red cheeks will have pale cheeks for my sake. And for all that, they will think they are well paid.
She goes out. Her voice is heard outside singing.
They shall be remembered forever. They shall be alive forever. They shall be speaking forever. The people shall hear them forever.
Bridget to Peter.
Look at him, Peter. He has the look of a man that has got the touch.
Raising her voice.
Look here, Michael, at the wedding clothes. Such grand clothes as these are. You have a right to fit them on now. It would be a pity tomorrow if they did not fit. The boys would be laughing at you. Take them, Michael, and go into the room and fit them on.
She puts them on his arm.
What wedding are you talking of? What clothes will I be wearing tomorrow?
These are the clothes you're going to wear when you marry Delia Cahill tomorrow.
I had forgotten that.
He looks at the clothes and turns towards the inner room, but stops at the sound of cheering outside.
There is the shouting come to our own door. What is it has happened?
Patrick and Delia come in.
There are ships in the bay. The French are landing at Clala.
Peter takes his pipe from his mouth and his hat off and stands up. The clothes slip from Michael's arm.
Michael.
He takes no notice.
Michael.
He turns towards her.
Why do you look at me like a stranger?
She drops his arm. Bridget goes over towards her.
The boys are all hurrying down the hillsides to join the French.
Michael won't be going to join the French.
Bridget to Peter.
Tell him not to go, Peter.
It's no use. He doesn't hear a word we're saying.
Try and coax him over to the fire.
Michael, you won't leave me. You won't join the French. And we're going to be married.
She puts her arm about him. He turns towards her, as if about to yield. Old woman's voice outside.
They shall be speaking forever. The people shall hear them forever.
Michael breaks away from Delia and goes out. Peter, to Patrick, laying a hand on his arm.
Did you see an old woman going down the path?
I did not, but I saw a young girl, and she had the walk of a queen.
End of Kathleen Ni Houlihan.
What Christmas Did for Jerusha Grumble by John D. MacDonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Isabel, read by Sarah Hale.
Hazel, read by Devorah Allen.
Julia, read by Tabea.
Jessie, read by Michelle Eaton.
Jerusha Grumble, read by Marianne.
Narrated by David Olson. Scene: a sitting room at Isabel's home. Isabel, Julia, Hazel, busy with Christmas gifts.
I suppose, Julia, you have finished all the Christmas presents that you intend to make this year. You certainly have been very industrious for the past few weeks.
Industrious is the right way to put it, Isabel. I certainly have been very busy, but when this pair of mittens and wristlets I am making for Tom are finished, I can say I'm through for this year.
Have you made many presents this year, Julia?
Yes, quite a number of them, Hazel. I don't remember just how many, but I surely have been busy.
Hazel, teasingly looking at Julia.
I have heard say that it don't take much to keep some people busy. For instance, now there is...
Now, that's not me, Hazel. Not at all. When I work, I work.
So does a pump handle, Julia, for then someone must take hold of it.
I see you girls just want to tease me. Well, go ahead, I don't care.
Enter Jessie, excitedly laying aside her wraps.
Well, well, if here isn't the sluggard at last. We thought you were never, never going to come. What detained you so long?
Oh, girls, you couldn't ever guess. In a year's time you couldn't ever guess.
An engine down on a railroad crossing?
No.
Shaking her head.
Had to wait for your mother to fix your hair or tie your hair ribbons?
No. Oh, girls.
Holding up hands in surprise.
Just think of it. Jerusha Grumble was out sweeping off her walk as I came along, and she looked up and smiled, and said just as pleasant as could be, "Good afternoon, Jessie."
All the girls rise quickly and look at Jessie in astonishment.
She did?
She did. Indeed.
Really? Did she?
Why, girls, I was never so surprised in all my life. Jerusha Grumble never spoke so nice to me as she did today. I was so surprised that I really had to stop every few minutes to think about it. That is one reason why I'm so late in coming here.
Girls, take seats again.
Well, this is a surprise, Jessie. To think Jerusha took the trouble to speak kindly to one of us girls. I don't think she would ever say good afternoon to me, for you know she has been very angry with me ever since I called her a cranky old maid.
Dear me, Hazel, you ought not to have said that to her. Jerusha is cross and awfully cranky too. But perhaps there has been something in her life that has made her dislike everyone. I heard father say once that Jerusha had a sweetheart a long time ago, and that a girl named Hannah Take Him won him away from her, and Jerusha hasn't been like the same person since. But I really do wish she would be different.
She must be getting different, or she wouldn't have spoken so nice to me today. Do you know, girls, what I was thinking of on my way here? It was just this, that we four could be a committee to go down to see Jerusha and invite her to go to the Christmas tree exercises tomorrow night. Let's try to get Jerusha out among the people of the village, and when she sees that we want to be friendly with her, perhaps she will be different.
As likely as not, when she sees us come in her gate, she will get angry and meet us at the door with a broomstick.
Never mind how mad she is. We'll pretend not to notice it, but all speak pleasantly to her and gently push our way into the house.
I am perfectly willing to go, because I would really like to see Jerusha live like other people, and not be such an unsociable old creature. Shall we all go, girls? I will lead the way.
Yes, we will all go, Hazel.
We'll all meet at my house tomorrow afternoon.
All leave for home with goodbyes, etc. Scene 2. Sitting room at Jerusha's home. Oil stove in one corner, ironing board in the other. Jerusha's large rocker at one side. Jerusha very busy.
Well, Jerusha Grumble, you're getting awful tired. Indeed you are. But my sakes, how happy you have been today.
Seats herself in rocker.
Here I am, just touching on 58, and all along I've acted like 60. That is, I've acted like someone 60 years old, and not exactly that either, because most people 60 years old act decent like, and get some enjoyment out of life. But I always was cross-like, leastwise ever since Hannah Takem done what she did. But Hannah's dead now, and Jeremiah's a widower, and most blind. Pshaw! Them things are all past now, and I'm going to live like other folks. Dear me, you don't just know how good I did feel after I had said good afternoon to Jessie yesterday, and how nice she did talk to me, and she said she hoped I would have a nice Christmas. After that she went on her way. I just thought to myself, Jerusha, just try and have a real nice Christmas once, and so I sets to work and made pie and cake and molasses candy and popcorn, and then I thought I would have a Christmas tree all to myself. Only it ain't going to be a real tree, just my new broom fixed up. When I was a little girl, our poor dear mother used to fix up the broom on Christmas, and we children had lots of fun with it. You see, we were very poor, and mother couldn't afford to buy a real tree, so we made the broom answer instead. They are going to have a real tree up at the church tonight, and wouldn't I like to see it? If I was like other folks, I would go up there. Yes, and I will go, too. Now I'll lay out that old print skirt, and when I get time I will press it.
Laying out the things as she talks.
And I'll fix my old bonnet over, and I'll darn the holes in my black gloves, and go to the Christmas tree tonight. Now I must write all this down, or I will forget about it.
Writes.
There now, I'll fix up my own tree before I do anything else.
Stands the broom up near her rocker, fixed so that it can be easily knocked over.
There, I guess that will do. It seems the more I do today, the happier I get. Now I'll put this popcorn trimming on, and this copia I'll put on. And yes, I'll just write Jessie's name on it, too. And this handkerchief is for Isabel, and this ribbon is for Julia. Wouldn't those girls laugh if they could see my Christmas tree and presents on it for them? But it ain't likely they will ever know I was so foolish. I have always been so cross and cranky that no one ever comes here to see me. But I do mean to be different from now on.
As she finishes fixing up the broom.
There, that does look real nice. Now I will just sit down and look at it before I get things fixed up for tonight.
Seats herself in chair and admires the tree.
Jerusha Grumble, this has been your happiest Christmas since Hannah Takem. But as I said before, Hannah's dead now, and Jeremiah's a widower and most blind.
Falls asleep in the chair. Chair placed so she cannot be seen from door. Girls knock at the door. Jerusha does not waken. Girls open door a little and peep in, but do not see her.
Now, Hazel, go in. You said that you would lead the way.
Oh, supposing she gets mad and drives us away. You all know what a crosspatch Jerusha is.
Well, girls, all call out, Merry Christmas, Jerusha, and then walk right in and begin to admire everything she has.
Knock once more on the inside of the door.
Here goes. Are you ready?
Yes, Hazel, do for pity's sake, rap hard. Maybe she's upstairs.
Raises her hand to knock.
Oh, girls, how can I?
You said you would, Hazel. Now go ahead. Be quick.
All ready, girls.
Raps at the door. No answer.
She must be out or asleep. I'll rap again.
Raps again and waits.
She may be sick. Let's go right in. I'll lead the way if Hazel won't.
Oh, do go, Jessie. We will all follow you.
All tiptoe in and find Jerusha asleep. Examine the tree and find the note Jerusha wrote.
Poor Jerusha is trying to have a Christmas tree all to herself. And, by the way, this reminder reads, I should think she was going to fix up for a visit somewhere.
Jessie, who has examined the tree.
Here is something for each of us on this broom Christmas tree. I wonder what it means, anyway. Perhaps Jerusha is trying to live a better life, and if so, then we girls must help her.
Julia, who has been examining the dress, bonnet, and gloves.
I say, girls, let's fix up these things while Jerusha is asleep. And perhaps it will please her when she wakes up to find her work all finished. I will mend the gloves, and Jessie, you fix up the bonnet, and Hazel can help you while Isabel presses out the skirt. Now I'll work quietly and fast, for she may soon wake up.
All get to work. Isabel admires the skirt, which is very loud or gay pattern.
I guess Jerusha's grandmother must have worn this dress. It's most loud enough to wake Jerusha out of her sleep. I wonder how long it has been in the family.
Here Isabel drops the iron on the floor, all frightened. Jessie places forefinger on her lips. Hazel stands up with one hand over her mouth and holding bonnet by one string. Isabel holds up both hands and on one foot. Julia, very much frightened, looks at sleeping Jerusha.
My, but I nearly did it that time, girls. Jerusha's a good sleeper. I'll be more careful this time.
Goes on with ironing.
I would put that feather in this way, Jessie, if I were doing it.
I think this is the best way, Hazel. Just see how graceful it is.
Holding up the bonnet.
My job is done. How about you, Isabel? Is that dress pressed out yet? Oh, how I would like to see you in a dress like that. Do put it on, Isabel, do now, just for fun.
What if Jerusha should wake up and catch me with her dress on? She would be awfully angry. No, I can't do it.
Oh, do put it on, Isabel, and the bonnet too. We will be as quiet as mice, and Jerusha won't know a thing about it. Come, we will help you with it.
Well, if you all keep very quiet, I will see how it fits me.
Puts on the dress and bonnet.
Oh, what a picture you are, Isabel. Just turn around so we can see you. How sweet you look. Great grandmother Isabel.
All laugh and have a good time as Isabel walks around the room. Finally, someone knocks the broom over on Jerusha, who wakes up with a start.
Mercy me! What does all this mean? Where did you all come from? Who are you all? Oh, I know you. Hazel. You who called me a cranky old maid.
Grabs the broom to threaten Hazel.
Now, don't use your broom on me, Jerusha. Please don't. You had it all fixed up for a Christmas tree and had presents on it for each of us, and now will you use it to drive us out of the house?
Jessie, soothingly to Jerusha, placing hand on her shoulder.
Dear Jerusha, let me explain it all to you. You see, we girls came here to spend the afternoon with you, and we knocked and knocked at the door, and as you did not answer, we thought that you were sick in bed. So we came right in and found you asleep, and you looked so tired we thought that we would let you sleep on, while we fixed up the things you had laid out for repairs. Now please don't be angry with us, dear.
Jerusha spies Isabel in the corner with her dress and bonnet on.
Isabel, what are you doing with my dress on? And I declare, but you have my bonnet too.
Oh, Jerusha, after we got them all fixed up, We thought we would like to see how they would look. Really, dear Jerusha, this is a beautiful dress. You don't see any like it nowadays, do you, girls? No, Jerusha, we meant no offense. So you will excuse us, won't you?
No, Jerusha, we meant no harm. But do please sit down.
Leads her to chair.
And tell us how you came to make a Christmas tree out of your broom. And why did you put presents on it for us girls? You must have had a reason for doing it.
Jerusha sits down, wipes tears from eyes. Julia sits beside her.
Dear me, girls, I'm real glad that you have come, even if you did find me doing foolish things. But really I ain't been so happy on Christmas before, since Hannah Taken done what she did. But pshaw! Hannah's dead now these 20 years, and Jeremiah's still a widower, but most blind. But you want to know about the broom Christmas tree, and I will tell you. You see, when I was a little girl we lived in the city, and we were always very poor, and when Christmas came we always wanted a tree, but our mother, with 6 children, could never afford to buy one for us. So we always dressed up the broom for a Christmas tree, and what fun did we have! A few days ago, as I sat by the window, I saw some men go by with a big tree for the church, and I thinks to myself, Jerusha, wouldn't you like to go to a Christmas exercise once more? And I said yes to myself, but then I thought how mean I had always been to everyone, ever since Hannah Taken done what she did. But pshaw! Hannah's dead this many a year, and Jeremiah's still a widower. Still, I says to myself, Jerusha, you must do different. And I just made up my mind that I will be different, and I will speak pleasant like to people, and I would go where the neighbors were, and up to the Christmas tree I thought was just the place to begin.
Yes, Jerusha, that will be nice and brave of you to come up to the Christmas exercises tonight. And one of the reasons why we came here was to ask you to go up to the church with us. We expect to have a splendid time. You will come with us, won't you, Jerusha?
I think it is real nice of you, Hazel, to invite me to go. Much nicer than to call me a cranky old maid.
Jerusha reaches for her handkerchief. Hazel thinks she is reaching for the broom and starts for the door.
Don't be afraid, Hazel. No, no, don't be afraid. I know I was cranky and mean, but I wouldn't be an old maid if Hannah Taken hadn't done what she did. But pshaw!
Jerusha, you haven't said that you would go with us to the exercises tonight. We girls would dearly love to have you go. You will meet a lot of people there that you know.
Yes, and a lot that I never liked, and who never liked Jerusha Grumble either.
But Jerusha, this is just the place to become good friends. You know that Christmas was the time that the angels sang, "Peace on earth, goodwill toward men." Now, let us make it peace right here in our own village. You must know Mr. Cutant, and Mr. Bennet, and Mr. MacDonald.
Oh, yes, I know all them. Mr. MacDonald is superintendent of the Sunday school, ain't he, Jessie?
Yes, my father is the superintendent of the Sunday school.
Well, your father is most old enough to remember what Hannah Taken did, but, oh, pshaw! Hannah's dead these 20 years, and Jeremiah's a widower still, and most blind, and I am just touching on 58. So your father will remember. It's no wonder I am a cranky old maid.
Hazel starts up again.
Let us all meet at my house and go up together. I know that everyone will try to make it pleasant for you, Jerusha. We will tell all our friends that you are coming to the exercises, and they won't be surprised when they see you.
And I know that some young ladies will have a little present on the tree for you to prove that they appreciate your coming.
Isabel, putting on her wraps.
Please don't fix up too much, Jerusha, for we are all plain people up there, and we don't put on any airs.
No, no, I won't fix up much. I may wear the things you girls so kindly fixed up for me, and again I may wear my first best ones.
All should now have wraps on to go home.
Girls, let's sing a Christmas song for Jerusha before we start for home.
All stand in line, join hands, and swing them back and forth child fashion.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
At the second verse, Jerusha takes her place in the middle of the line and sings and swings with the girls.
He rules the world with truth and grace, and makes the nations prove the glories of his righteousness, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love.
If only Hannah Takem could see me now. But, pshaw.
Merry Christmas, Jerusha. Now, be on time.
Merry Christmas.
As the girls are leaving,
I'll be there on time, don't fear.
Speaking to the audience.
Now, ain't this been just splendid? And ain't those young girls just lovely? I don't think that Hazel will ever call me a cranky old maid again. And I do just hope that Jeremiah will be at the Christmas tree exercises. I'll just show him that Jerusha Grumble can go out in society even if I am touching on 58 and an old maid, which he knows I wouldn't be if Hannah Takem hadn't done what she did. But, pshaw, I must get ready for the Christmas tree or I will be late. And I think after all I will wear my first best clothes and look real pert. Perter than Hannah, but pshaw.
Exit. End of What Christmas Did for Jerusha Grumble.
Close the Book by Susan Glaspell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Close the Book. Cast: John C.
Read by Kimberly Welt.
Peyton Root, an instructor in the university.
Read by Chuck Williamson.
Mrs. Root, Peyton's mother.
Read by Michelle Eaton.
Mrs. Peyton, his grandmother.
Played by Garrett Goodison.
Uncle George Peyton, President of the Board of Regents.
Read by Todd.
Bessie Root.
Read by Sonia.
State Senator Byrd.
Read by Nima.
Mrs. State Senator Byrd.
Read by Eva Davis.
Narration by James Curran. Place: a university town. Time: today. Scene: the library in the Root home, the library of Midwestern people who are an important family in their community and who think of themselves as people of culture. It is a room which shows pride of family. On the rear wall are two large family portraits, one of a Revolutionary soldier, the other a man of a later period. On the low bookcases, to both sides of the door rear, and on the mantel right, are miniatures and other old pictures. There is old furniture, mahogany, recently done over, an easy chair near the fireplace, a divan left. A winged Victory presides over one of the bookcases. A Bourne Jones is hung. It is a warmly lighted, cheerful room. Books and flowers about. In addition to the rear door, opening on the hall, there is a door left, and right, a corner window. The curtain discloses Chauncey and Peyton on the divan. Mrs. Root about to leave through the door rear. Chauncey is piquant, dressed as a nonconformist, but attractively. Her dress should further the idea of her being a gypsy, but the whole should be charming and not bizarre. Peyton is a rather helpless young man with a sense of humor that is itself rather helpless, dry, a little awkward, yet whimsical. Mrs. Root.
I'll see, Peyton, if your grandmother isn't ready to come down.
Exit. Chauncey, springing up.
It's absurd that I should be here.
Peyton.
I know, John C., but just this once. As long as it means so much to Mother and doesn't really hurt us.
But it does hurt me, Peyton. These walls stifle me. You come of people who have been Walden all their lives. It doesn't cage you. But me, I'm a gypsy. Sometimes I feel them right behind me. All those wanderers, people who were never caught, feel them behind me, pushing me away from all this.
But not pushing you away from me, dear. You love me, Johnsy, in spite of my family.
If I didn't love you, do you think I could endure to come to this dreadful place
Look about the well-furnished room.
and meet these dreadful people? Forgive me for alluding to your home and family, Peyton, but I must not lose my honesty, you know?
No, dear, I don't think you are losing it. And perhaps I'd better not lose mine either. There's one thing I haven't mentioned yet.
Hesitates.
Mr. Peyton is coming to dinner tonight.
Mr. Peyton? What Peyton?
Yes, that one.
And you ask me, standing for things I do in this university, to sit down to dinner with the president of the Board of Regents?
Mother'd asked him before I knew it.
Johnsy, with scorn.
Your uncle.
He's not my uncle, he's Mother's. And you see, it's partly on account of Grandmother just getting back from California. He's Grandmother's brother-in-law, you know. I suppose she doesn't realize what it means to have to sit down to dinner with him. She's done it so much. And then Mother thought it would be nice for you to meet him.
Nice.
He's pleasant at dinner.
Pleasant?
Mother's a little worried about my position in the university.
It would be wonderful for you to lose your position in the university.
Yes, wonderful.
And then you and I could walk forth free.
Free, but broke.
Peyton, you disappoint me. Just the fact that man is coming to dinner changes you.
Oh, no, but you are fortunately situated, Johnsy, having no people. It's easier to be free when there's nobody who minds.
I'm going.
Oh, come now, dearest. You can't go when you're expected for dinner. Nobody's that free.
Dinner? A dinner to celebrate our engagement. It's humiliating, Peyton. I should take you by the hand, and you and I should walk together down the open road.
We will, Johnsy, we will. In time.
We should go now.
Think so? Mother's going to have turkey.
Better a dinner of berries and nuts.
We'll have berries, cranberries, and nuts, too.
Where are my wraps?
Peyton, seizing her and kissing her.
Someday, serene and unhampered, we'll take to the open road. A road with berries and nuts.
Grandmother Peyton and Mrs. Root have appeared at the door left. Mrs. Root.
Mother, this is Peyton's friend, Miss Mason, one of our important students.
Grandmother, in her brittle way.
Yes, I never was a very important student myself. I didn't like to study, because my family were professors, I suppose.
Peyton's grandmother is a descendant of Gustav Phelps, one of the famous teachers of pioneer days.
Johnsy, her head going up.
I am a descendant of people who never taught anybody anything.
Johnsy and I were just going to finish an article on free speech, which must get to the torch this evening.
Grandmother, moving towards easy chair near the fire.
Free speech. How amusing.
You may be less amused some day, Grandmother.
Johnsy and Peyton go out left.
That may be a free speech. I wouldn't call it a pleasant one.
Mrs. Root, sinking to the divan.
Oh, he was speaking of the open road again, berries and nuts.
Grandmother, beginning to knit.
Berries and nuts? Well, it sounds quite innocuous to me. Some of our young people are less simple in their tastes.
Mrs. Root, in great distress.
Mother, how would you like to see your grandson become a gypsy?
Peyton a gypsy? You mean in a carnival?
No, not in a carnival, in life.
But he isn't dark enough.
And is that the only thing against it? I had thought you would be a help to me, Mother.
Well, my dear Clara, I have no doubt I'll be a help to you in time. This idea of Peyton becoming a gypsy is too startling for me to be a help instantly. In the first place, could he be? You can't be anything you take it into your head to be, even if it is undesirable. And then, why should he be? Doesn't he still teach English right here in the university?
I don't know how much longer he will teach it. He said the other day that American literature was a toddy with the stick left out, saying that of the very thing he's paid to teach. It got in the papers and was denounced in an editorial on Untrue Americans. Peyton, a descendant of John Peyton of Valley Forge.
Motions to the revolutionary portrait.
Denounced in an article on Untrue Americans. And in one of those awful columns, those silly columns, they said maybe the stick hadn't been left out of his toddy. But it isn't that. Peyton doesn't drink to speak of.
A look to the door left.
It's this girl. She's the stick. And I tell you, people don't like it, Mother. It's not what we pay our professors for. Peyton used to be perfectly satisfied with civilization, but now he talks about society, makes light remarks.
I should say that was going out of his way to be disagreeable. What business has a professor of English to say anything about society? It's not his department.
I told Peyton he should be more systematic.
How did this gypsy get here?
She was brought up by a family named Mason, but it seems she was a gypsy child who got lost or something, and those Masons took her in. I'm sure it was very good of them, and it's too bad they weren't able to make her more of a Christian. She is coming to have a following in the university. There are people who seem to think that because you're outside society, you have some superior information about it.
Well, don't you think you're needlessly disturbed? In my day, a young man would be likely enough to fall in love with a good-looking gypsy. Not very likely to marry her.
Times have changed, Mother. They marry them now.
Both sigh.
Oh, of course it's very commendable of them.
Grandmother grimly.
Oh, quite commendable.
I was brought up in university circles. I'm interested in ideas, but sometimes I think there are too many ideas.
An embarrassment of riches. So you have set out to civilize the young woman?
I'd rather have her sit at my table than have my son leave some morning in a covered wagon.
I wonder how it is about gypsies, about the children. I wonder if it's as it is with the Negroes.
Mother!
It would be startling, wouldn't it? If one of them should turn out to be a real gypsy and take to this open road.
Mrs. Root, covering her face.
Oh!
Quite likely they do it by motor.
Mrs. Root, rising.
Mother, how can you say such dreadful things? And just when I have this trying dinner. Oh, I wish Bessie would come.
Goes to the window.
She is a comfort to me.
Where is Bessie?
She's away in the motor.
Again covers her face.
Bessie feels dreadfully about her brother. She is trying to do something. She said it would be a surprise, a happy surprise.
Someone heard in the hall.
Perhaps this is Bessie.
Enter Mr. Peyton.
Oh, it's Uncle George.
Uncle George.
Early, I know. Come to have a little visit with Elizabeth.
Goes to grandmother and shakes hands.
How are you, young woman?
My nerves seem to be stronger than the nerves I see around me. And how are you, George?
Oh, I'm well.
But?
Responsibilities.
The bank?
I'd rather run 10 banks than a tenth of a university. You can control money.
I'm sorry, Uncle George, that Peyton should be adding to your worries.
What's the matter with Peyton?
Wild oats.
Well, I wish he'd sow them in less intellectual fields.
I am prepared to speak freely with you, Uncle George. The matter with Peyton is this girl. Well, They're going to be married. Yes.
Answering his gesture of protest.
And I think it's a good thing. She won't be in a position to say so much about freedom after she's married.
But they say she's a gypsy.
She won't be a gypsy after she's Peyton's wife. She'll be a married woman.
Yes, but in the meantime we will have swallowed a gypsy.
And I was just wondering how it would be about the children.
Mother, please don't be indelicate again.
Pause.
Well, if there's nothing else we may speak of, let's talk about free speech. They're writing a paper on it in there.
I don't know what this university is coming to. An institution of learning? It isn't that I don't believe in free speech. Every true American believes in free speech, but...
Slight pause. Grandmother, with emphasis.
Certainly.
Ask them to come out here with their paper on free speech. I'll be glad to give them the benefit of my experience.
Yes, it will be delightful to all be together.
Exit door left.
This girl doesn't look to me like one who is thirsting for the benefit of another person's experience.
She's a bad influence. She's leading our young people to criticize a society their fathers have builded up.
There's a great deal of ingratitude in the world.
Enter Mrs. Root, followed by Peyton and Jauncey.
I told Uncle George you were eager to bring him and Jauncey together. Jauncey, this is Mr. Peyton, who looks after the affairs of the university for you students. Of course, you've heard about Miss Mason, Uncle George, one of our cleverest students.
Yes, we were speaking of Miss Mason's cleverness just the other day, in a board meeting.
And just the other day, at the student assembly, we were speaking of how you look after the affairs of the university for us.
I hope you both spoke affectionately.
Well, Peyton, very busy, I take it. You're adding to your duties, aren't you?
Not that I know of.
Your grandmother said something about a highfalutin paper on free speech.
I suppose that's an inherited tendency. You know, one of my ancestors signed a paper on free speech. It had a highfalutin name, the Declaration of Independence.
I wish Bessie would come.
Do you think much about your ancestors, Peyton?
Not a great deal.
Peyton has some rather interesting ancestors, Miss Mason. There's Captain John Peyton. That's his picture. He helped win one of the battles which made this country possible, the country in which you are living. And a descendant of John Peyton, Richard Peyton,
Indicates other picture.
gave the money which founded this university, the university in which you are now acquiring your education.
Jauncey, lightly.
Perhaps it would be quite as well if this university and this country never had existed.
I don't see why Bessie doesn't come.
Of course, I look at it as an outsider. I am not a part of your society.
Peyton is...
There's Bessie.
Bessie rushes in. Bessie
Grandmother,
swiftly kisses her.
how wonderful to have you with us again. Dear Uncle George.
Glad you got here, Bessie. Your mother has been looking for you.
Bessie, with a look around.
Isn't it beautiful to all be together? A real family party. And now, we have a moment or two before dinner, Mother.
The man who brought the turkey in from the country had a runaway, so it was a little late in arriving.
How fortunate. Oh, it does seem that all things work together for the best. Mother, I have had a completely successful day.
Where have you been, Bessie?
I've been 50 miles to the north, in Baxter County. Does that mean anything to you, Jauncey?
Nothing whatever.
Bessie, still breathlessly.
Dear uncle, I hope you will understand what I am about to do. It might seem unrestrained, not in the best of taste, but it's just because you stand for so much in Peyton's life that I want you to hear our good news as soon as we hear it ourselves. You knew that these two children were in love and going to be married.
A bow from Uncle George.
You know, Jauncey dear, I may speak very freely, may I not?
I believe in free speech.
Yes, how dear of you. Jauncey has endured in proud silence a great grief. And now, dear child, because of the touching dignity with which you have stood outside and alone, it is a moment of special joyfulness to me when I can say, welcome within.
What are you talking about, Bessie?
You must not stand outside society. You belong within the gates. You are one of us.
I'm not.
Dear child, you are as respectable as we are.
Johnsy, rising.
I am not.
Of course, you can't grasp it in an instant, but I have looked it all up, dear. I have the proofs.
Well, it wasn't your affair, Bessie.
I made it my affair because I love my brother. Jancy, dear.
As one who tells tremendous good news.
Your father was Henry Harrison, a milkman in the town of Sunny Center, an honorable and respected man. Your parents were married in the Baptist church.
I deny it. I deny this charge.
Bessie, stepping to the rear door.
Dear Senator and Mrs. Bird, will you come now?
Enter State Senator Byrd and Mrs. State Senator Byrd. Mrs. Byrd carrying a large book.
Jancy, dear, you are about to enter upon the happiest moment of your life, for State Senator Byrd, one of our lawmaking body, is a cousin of your dear dead mother.
Senator Byrd.
Aggie's little girl.
Approaches Johnsy with outstretched hands. She stands like a rock.
And here, Jancy, is your cousin, Mrs. Byrd, who has come all this way to assure you you have a family.
Mrs. Byrd.
Indeed you have. There's Ella Andrews, one of our teachers. A lovely girl. She's your first cousin. We are second cousins. You may have some little family pride in knowing that I was last spring elected president of the Federated Clubs of Baxter County. Just last week I entertained the officers of all the clubs at our new home, erected last year after your cousin Ephraim completed his first term in the upper house of the state legislature. Your cousin Ephraim has been re-elected. He is on the Ways and Means Committee.
Uncle George, approaching Senator Byrd.
I have heard of Senator Ephraim Byrd of the Ways and Means Committee. That was good work, you fellows.
They talk aside.
And to think, Jancy, that your cousin Mrs. Byrd is a prominent clubwoman.
Grandmother, after a look at Johnsy.
Her cup runneth over.
Isn't Bessie wonderful, Mother? How did you find it all out, Bessie?
From clue to clue I worked my way to Sunny Center. I would say to myself, do this for Peyton, do this for Jancy. And so I heard of an old minister who had been there for years and years. I went to him and he had married Jancy's father and mother. Dearest child, your mother taught in his Sunday school.
Oh, yes. Aggie loved the Baptist Sunday school.
It's very strange that my mother, I am referring to Mrs. Mason, never told me of this.
But she never told you you were a gypsy either, did she? No, she just wanted you to think you were their own child. And then I suppose you heard some foolish tale at school.
You see, Jancy's mother and father, her real ones, died of typhoid fever before she was 2 years old. They got it from the cows. Well, the Harrisons were friends of the Masons. They all worked together in the church, and so they took Jancy. And soon after that, they moved away, and we lost track of them. You know what a busy world it is, particularly for people who have duties in their community.
I haven't accepted this story. You can't prove it.
Mrs. Byrd impressively hands her husband the book.
Iowa Descendants of New England Families.
Oh, yes, that is one of the books in which our family is written up.
To Peyton.
My dearest boy, from my heart I congratulate you.
Pages 57 to 61, inclusive, are devoted, Jancy, to our family.
My own family appears on page 113.
Senator Byrd holds the book out to Johnsy, who once more stands like a rock. Uncle George steps forward.
Oh, you are a descendant of Peter Byrd.
One of those daredevils whose leg was shot under him at Bull Run.
You heard that, Jancy?
A descendant of Peter Byrd, whose leg was shot under him.
So this is what I was brought here for, is it? To have my character torn down, to ruin my reputation, and threaten my integrity by seeking to muzzle me with a leg at Bull Run and set me down in the Baptist Sunday school in a milk wagon? I see the purpose of it all. I understand the hostile motive behind all this, but I tell you it's a lie. Something here
Hand on heart.
tells me I am not respectable.
Reaction.
I am Johnsy. Johnsy, a child of the gypsies. I am a wanderer. I am an outlaw.
Yes, you are, Jancy. And did you ever stop to think how you came by that outlandish name?
It has always assured me of my birthright.
Well, you'd better look in your geography. You were named after a town in India, where your mother's missionary circle was helping to support a missionary.
Aggie was crazy about the missionaries.
Chauncey, falling back, breaking.
Oh, Peyton, I release you from our engagement.
No, no. Don't say that.
Stoutly.
I love you for yourself alone, in spite of anything that may be true. But I must say, Bessie...
Chauncey, beginning to sob.
Oh, I can't bear it. I can't bear it. And to think that Peyton's mother was an illegitimate child.
Mrs. Root, dazed.
What's that?
Grandmother, rising.
Yes? What is that?
Am I to understand?
Am I to be told, at my age, that I gave birth to an illegitimate child? This is a surprise to me, and not a pleasant one.
Peyton to Chauncey.
It would have been better not to mention that.
This is reaction. I think perhaps we need a physician.
I don't need a physician. Peyton certainly told me that his mother was an illegitimate child. Of course, Peyton, if you were just boasting about your family, say so.
What have you to say, Peyton?
Before he says anything, Bessie, you bring me that portfolio from the lower right-hand corner of my desk. Key in the upper left-hand pigeonhole.
Peyton?
Why, I didn't mean any harm, Mother. I certainly didn't mention anything against you or Grandmother. Quite the contrary. I was just anxious that Jancy should have a little respect for our family. It didn't seem to have a leg to stand on.
So you made it up? Out of whole cloth?
No, not out of whole cloth.
Out of what cloth, then? Kindly tell me, out of what cloth?
Peyton is not himself.
Well, it just came into my head that it was possible. You see, Grandmother, your having moved... I do wish you could see that I meant nothing against your character. Absolutely the contrary. But your having moved...
My having moved where?
Your having moved from New York State to Ohio at just that time.
I always did like to travel. Is that anything against a person's character?
I was claiming that you had character.
I'll stick to my own, thank you. I've had it quite a while, and I'm used to it. But I'd like to know right now what there is so immoral in moving from one state to another, even if you are going to have a baby.
Chauncey, raising her head.
There is nothing immoral in anything.
Fiddlesticks.
Bessie returns with portfolio.
You found it, Bessie? The key? Here, Peyton, come here.
Opens portfolio, takes out rolled paper.
Happily preserved for the defense of my character in my old age is my wedding certificate.
This is painful.
She turns and looks at the print on the rear wall. Motions Senator Byrd to join her.
I want you to look at that date, right there, beside that pink Cupid cherub. Perhaps it is, anyway. Read aloud the figures which you see.
Peyton, sullenly.
1869.
And here, in this other document, very fortunately on hand to meet the attacks of my only grandson upon my integrity, what do you read there?
Clara, aged 6 weeks.
And the date?
Mrs. Root, Bessie, Uncle George all listen a little anxiously.
December 1871.
A sigh of relief.
I trust now, Peyton, you will admit that a woman may move from one state to another without being dissolute.
At this word, Mrs. Root is unable to bear more and hides her face in her handkerchief. Uncle George, as one saving the situation.
Genealogy is interesting. One is democratic, of course, but when there is behind one what there is behind us, Senator, it enhances one's powers, responsibility, obligation.
He has taken up the book and been running through the pages.
Descendants of John Peyton. Here, Peyton, are some things about your ancestors. Read them. Perhaps then, instead of tearing down, you will have an impulse to build up. I commend this book to you young people for study. It will do you no harm to think a little of those worthy men from whom you have come.
Marks place with a card. Chauncey, springing up.
I shall waste no time thinking of the worthy men from whom I come. If I am related to a lawmaker, I owe it to my soul to become a lawbreaker.
You see, Bessie, what you have done?
When I thought there was in me no taint of civilization, I could put up with your silly conventions. But if in a material sense I am part of your society, then I have a spiritual obligation to fulfill in leaving it. Peyton, respectability threatens to wall us in and stifle us. Are you ready to walk from this house with me tonight, entering upon a free union that says that?
Snaps her fingers.
For law?
Why, certainly.
Well, if it comes to a matter of not caring to claim relationship, we certainly hesitated some time. Those Harrisons were not all they should be.
Chauncey, a note of hope in her voice.
No?
I said to Senator Byrd, now that the girl is marrying into one of the best families in the state, not that that influenced us especially, but I said, if she is trying to make something of herself, we must stand by her. And we will mention only pleasant things. We will not allude to what her grandfather did.
What did he do?
He burned down his neighbor's house, 'cause that neighbor chased home his pigs.
Really? Yes, my grandfather would do that.
Were any of the family found in the charred remains?
The family, I believe, escaped.
But no thanks to old man Harrison.
No, I'm sure grandfather meant them to burn.
Seizing book.
I wonder if grandfather's protest is recorded in this book.
That book does not emphasize unfortunate occurrences.
And how right it is. One should think only of the good in human nature.
Peyton, looking with Chauncey.
What is this fine print at the bottom of the page?
Mrs. Byrd, hastily.
That is not important.
It is in fine print because it is not important.
One of the descendants of Peter Byrd.
To Chauncey.
The legged bull run, you know. He...
Peyton, remember that you are in your own house.
Unfaithful to the high office of treasurer of the Baxter County Cemetery Association.
Chauncey, gasping, then beaming.
Why, a grave robber? Was he a near relative?
I must say, Miss Root, that we did not come here to have our family inquired into as far back as ancient history.
Oh, Mrs. Byrd, I quite agree with you that it is not necessary to go too far back in any family.
Neither necessary nor desirable.
Those early days must have been very trying.
Chauncey, the fine print of your family is thrilling. Here is a man.
Peyton, stop reading from that tiresome and obsolete book. It is not hospitable.
Turn to your own family history and read a little fine print in it.
The other members of the Peyton Root family give each other startled, nervous glances.
Why, what a lovely idea. Uncle has marked it for us.
After looking.
Fine print in our family?
Mrs. Byrd, grimly.
It's there.
Genealogy is so confusing. I never could understand it.
And I don't see why one should try to understand it. Live well in the present, that is sufficient.
It looks to me as if that book has not been thoughtfully edited. I'm surprised at his soul.
Peyton, snatching the book from Chauncey.
Chauncey, don't want to boast. I hope I shall not become a snob. You too had a family, and they had their impulsive moments. But what was the most largely low-down thing a man of the early days could do?
Right of stage, Peyton's and Root's draw together anxiously. Left. The birds wait complacently.
As Uncle has pointed out, John C., I am a descendant of Captain John Peyton. But when you have a remote ancestor, you also have his less remote descendants, a fact sometimes overlooked. Well, Stuart Peyton...
Mother, I wonder if the turkey isn't ready now.
It's time for it to be ready.
Exit.
Stuart Peyton, convicted of selling whiskey and firearms to the Indians.
Assumes an overbearing attitude.
I guess the early days were trying in more than one family.
Peyton, peering into the book.
And what is this? What is this? Stuart Peyton was the father of Richard Peyton.
Who founded this university?
Peyton, in the voice of Uncle George.
The university in which you are now acquiring your education.
Oh, I have no doubt that inducing the Indians to massacre the whites was profitable.
A good sound basis for the family fortune.
Young man, you go too far.
Peyton, holding book out to Uncle George.
In thinking of these worthy men from whom I come?
Turns to wall on which hangs portraits of John and Richard Peyton.
We don't seem to have Stuart's picture. Johnsy, I don't know that we need to leave society. There seems little crevices in the walls of respectability.
And whenever we feel a bit stifled, we can always find air through our family trees.
I think, Senator, that we will not remain longer.
Enter Mrs. Root. Mrs. Root.
Mary was just coming. Now we'll have dinner.
Yes, a little family party to celebrate the happy...
Peyton again bent over his family history.
Grandmother, here's something about your ancestor Gustav Phelps.
Grandmother, rising with weight.
Peyton, close that book.
Curtain. End of Close the Book.
The Fourth Act by Basil MacDonald Hastings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fourth Act. Dramatis Personae. Narrator, read by April Walters.
Sir Philip A. Courcy, read by Thomas Peter.
Mr. Robert Volpass, his secretary, read by Alan Mapstone.
Miss Daphne Aloha, read by Devorah Allen.
The Voice from the Corner, read by Philip Gould.
The Fourth Act. Scene: Sir Philip's study in Carlton House Terrace. The room is handsomely furnished and carpeted. In the right wall, slightly upstage, is a large window. The door is in the back wall, slightly to left. The whole of the left wall and right half of the back wall and the lower part of the right wall are covered by books. Down right is a small set of steps, such as is used for getting books from high shelves. In the center is a large writing desk with revolving chair. There's another chair to the left of desk. Below the desk is a comfortable couch. Close to the left end of couch is a small smoker's table. It is a bright summer morning, and the sun streams in through window right. When the curtain rises, Sir Philip A. Courcy is discovered looking out of the open window to the right. He is a good-looking, clean-shaven young man of about 32, shouting through window,
Keep your back straight and keep your right foot still, Alan. That's it. Plant it there and make a resolution not to move it. Keep your bat straight.
There are boyish cries from outside. Bravo!
Middle stump!
Hooray! Enter Mr. Robert Valpaz, Sir Philip's secretary. He is a gentleman of about the same age as Sir Philip. Familiarly.
I say, Philip, there's a girl here, and I can't get rid of her.
Oh, confound it. Just when I'm busy, coaching the boys in cricket.
What shall I say?
Coming from window.
That means you want me to see her, eh, Robert?
I should if I were you. She's got the smartest hat on I ever saw.
Sternly.
Private secretaries should have eyes for the head and not the hat. What does she want?
Won't say. Won't go. Dared me to carry her out. I'd like to.
Frowning.
Robert, you're a perfect idiot with women.
Well, I like that. No more than you are with cricket.
Get rid of her.
He returns to the window. Robert shrugs his shoulders and goes out. Philip now shouts further advice to the boys outside. Mr. Robert Valpaz returns.
Shall I send for the police?
Oh, confound it. Robert, you're worse than useless. Is she a lady?
Certainly, I should say.
Then she'll go if I tell her to. Show her in.
Exit Robert, smiling. Talking through window.
Pitch him a bit shorter, Phil. It's better to be a trifle short than too well up. Here, put a shilling down and try to hit it.
He throws a shilling out of the window.
Now don't fight for it. Split it afterwards. Put that off stump straight, Alan.
During this, Robert shows in Miss Daphne Aloha. Daphne is a pretty woman of about 30. Her clothes are tailor-made and practical, but still very smart. A rakish little fur hat gives a touch of individuality to her appearance. Robert carries her attaché case.
Good morning.
To Robert.
Put my luggage down.
Robert puts the case on the desk and gazes admiringly into Daphne's eyes.
Mr. Valpas.
Exit Robert.
Don't scold him. He's been such good company.
Oh, has he? Will you be good enough to say what you want? I can't see people without appointments. Every moment of my time is occupied with...
Boys' voices.
Aren't you coming to play,
Daddy? Daphne peeps round his shoulder at the open window.
Take a chair.
Daphne sits in chair left of desk.
Do you mind if I make a note?
No, but I shall be glad if...
Have you a pencil?
Certainly. There it is.
He gives her one.
This chair is uncomfortable. May I sit down there on the couch, just by that dear little table?
She sits on sofa.
If you like.
Daphne moves to left end of couch. She produces notebook from attaché case and places it on the little smoker's table. Then she makes a note.
Certainly. Make yourself at home.
Philip, bending over attaché case and noting its contents.
I knew it. I knew it. You're an actress. That case contains the typescript of a play. I know a mile off. You're an actress, aren't you?
Indeed, no. I'm an author.
Despairingly.
An author? Worse and worse.
Yes, Sir Philippa Corsi. An author. Now you know why I am here.
Gloomily.
I can guess.
For many months I have been working at a play. I want you to produce it.
Groaning.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
But you produce so many. Everybody knows you are behind the Archbishop's Theatre, and they say you have a share...
Please, please, please. In the first place, what is your name?
Daphne Aloha.
Daphne Aloha. You've never written anything before in your life, have you?
Daphne shakes her head.
Of course not. Suddenly you read a fatuous paragraph in a paper that a play might be worth £100,000.
So I did.
Of course you did. You immediately get an idea. You tell a friend about it. A literary friend, perhaps.
She is. She has had a poem accepted by royalty.
I knew it. This friend encourages you, heaven forgive her. You write your play, and it's generally a farrago of nonsense composed of what you remember of Charlie's Aunt, the Sign of the Cross, the Belle of New York, and the Drury Lane pantomime. You hawk it round the managers.
I didn't hawk. I couldn't hawk.
Well, you offer it anyway. No one will produce it. So you sob your heart out and try and get a job as a dramatic critic to get your own back.
Meekly.
And are all beginners the same?
Well, you're something of an exception. You're the first author that ever got into this room without an introduction. Now, Miss Aloha, I can't produce your play. I can't. I won't. I can't. Oh, if only you knew how I'm pestered.
But don't you like it? You're a multimillionaire, passionately devoted to the arts.
Passionately devoted to fiddlesticks. I detest the theatre and all its works.
You detest the theatre? Then how on earth does it happen?
I support the theatre because I can't help myself. It's a family curse.
A family curse?
Yes. The first folio of Shakespeare was dedicated to one of my ancestors.
Philip left center by small table.
Ever since then the family has been quite mad about the drama. I inherited millions, certainly, but a big share of it is tantamount to a trust fund which must be used for theatrical enterprises. Every decade, for instance, I'm practically committed to presenting Shakespeare in a new way. I'm an impresario against my will, I tell you.
It must be very hard, certainly, to have to spend so much money on what you don't like.
Now, if it were the music hall profession, I'd enjoy it. I adore a good music hall show. Don't you? No humbugging art about it. It's real. It's actual. It's satisfying.
Lockhart's elephants and Carnot's mummingbirds and all that.
Precisely. Not forgetting boiled beef and carrots.
But surely there are some plays that are real and actual and satisfying. I'm sure mine is.
Dear me, yes. I was forgetting about your play. What's it about?
Myself.
Oh? That's different.
Everyone can write one play or one book.
Oh, I've heard that so often.
It's truer than you think. Well, my play is in 4 acts.
She takes out script.
But there are only 3 there.
Exactly. The 4th remains to be written.
Indeed.
I'm going to write it here.
My dear lady, I really must ask you.
First, with your permission, I want to make a sketch map of the room. What is called a scene plot, I believe.
But I tell you that my time...
Boyish voices are heard calling from off-right. Dad!
Dad!
Dad! Going to window.
I'll come out in a few minutes.
He closes window. Going to window and looking out.
Are those your boys?
Yes.
You're a widower, aren't you?
Yes.
Curious. You're a widower with 2 boys, and I'm a widow with 2 girls. Look.
She produces a locket.
There are my 2 girls.
Diffidently.
Very charming.
Their names are Daphne and Ursula. The one on the right is Ursula.
Quite so.
And the one on the left is Daphne.
Quite so.
But we must get on with our work, mustn't we?
Our work?
Oh, yes. I know you'll help. Let me see. Window up right.
She makes notes.
Door in back hall, slightly left. Large writing desk, center, with revolving chair. Below desk, a comfortable couch. Room for... Sit beside me, will you? Just room for 2.
She rises, and he after her.
Smoker's table to left of sofa.
She returns to steps and sits on them.
It is a bright summer morning. When the curtain rises, Sir Philip a Courcy is discovered. He is a good-looking...
Thank you.
Clean-shaven...
Philip feels his chin.
Bright-eyed young man of 33.
32.
Thank you, 32. Just a little opening talk with the secretary, and then I come on. Where were you standing?
Oh, bother it. Does that matter?
A little. Stand at your desk, will you?
She guides him to a position above the writing table.
Then I come on impetuously. Like this. Suddenly I stop, and I'm frozen to the spot.
What? On a morning like this? Besides, you weren't.
No, but I ought to be. It's the way things happen in plays. I should be frozen to the spot, and then I should melt into your arms.
Madam.
Yes, but then I ought to have known you before. Watch how I would do it. I would come in, so. I would freeze to the spot, so. And then I would exclaim with a genuine air of astonishment, "So it is you!"
Of course it's me. I.
Ah, but you ought to be something out of my past. You should be the man who robbed me of my fortune, or something like that. You should have promised to marry me and deserted me for an heiress. I suppose you never did jilt me, did you?
Certainly not.
Daphne makes a note.
No, I'm afraid I've never seen you before in my life.
You have not.
Daphne makes a note.
And I'm busy.
Wistfully.
Ah, don't say that again. I'm not really joking. Or rather, I'm joking to make the interview pleasant for you. If I were tragic, you wouldn't like me. and yet it is true that I and my little girls are very nearly at the end of our bread money. Ah, don't curl your nice mouth. I like you severe, better than sympathetic, and you know you agreed to help me with the play.
If you are telling me the truth about your financial position, don't bother any more about the play. Let me give you an introduction to...
Still taking notes.
You ought to move about more. On the stage, the characters have to keep making crosses. They don't sit still all through an interview. Do you mind walking away somewhere and coming back?
Stamping petulantly up the window.
This is really very ridiculous.
Thank you so much. Petulantly stamping upright.
She makes a note.
What are you writing down there?
Everything you say or do.
Are you a newspaper woman, or a private detective, or a...
Busily writing.
Splendid, splendid. That was almost dramatic.
Why are you writing this down?
Because this is the fourth act. Everything we say makes up the dialogue.
Miss Aloha, I ask you again to go.
He picks up her hat and hurts finger on pin.
Damn!
Quite right. You must. You must ask me again and again, or the fourth act won't be long enough. Ah, don't get really angry. Don't you see that, like the nice, kind man you are giving me everything I want?
Thank goodness for that.
My play is about a girl who wrote a play. About me. The first 3 acts tell the story of how I came to write that play and what happened when I took it to the managers. Every word of it is true.
Then what's the trouble?
Because the managers won't produce it. How can they without a happy ending?
Can't you make a happy ending?
No, but you can.
I see. If I say that I will finance the play, you write that down and bring down the curtain on it.
How quick you are.
And the corollary is that I throw away some thousands of pounds.
And the C-O-R-R...
Writing.
Please spell corollary.
Forgetting himself.
C-O-R... Oh, hang it. Spell it yourself.
That's right. Be brusque and rough. Bully me. And then melt. Come up to me and smack the open palm of your left hand with your clenched right and say...
There's a crash from off right.
Whatever was that?
One of my boys fell into a cucumber frame.
He goes to window, and Daphne, after putting down her notebook on top of steps, follows him. Looking out at the boys.
Aren't they just lovely?
Pleased.
Like their father, don't you think?
How old are they?
Well, Philip's 8. Yes, 8 and 2 months. Alan's a few days short of 7.
8 and 7. Why, I should have said at least 12 and 10.
Pleased.
Would you?
Rather. How lucky you are to have boys. My little girls are dears, but it's not quite the same thing, is it?
Well, there's the difference.
Softly.
When did their mother die, Sir Philip?
When Alan was born.
Ah.
She stands, watching at the window. Philip comes down to desk.
Stand back to them, dear.
She pulls open window.
You'll get hit on the knuckles every time if you play forward to that sort of ball. Stand back and lift your bat high. Ah, that's better.
Righto! Ha! There's a burst of boyish laughter. Philip gazes at her in amazement.
What do you know about cricket?
As much as most men.
She shuts window.
I'd love to go down and play with them. May I?
You want to go down there? But what about the fourth act?
Yes, but I was beginning to despair of your helping me.
Look here, I'll do what I can.
Genuinely surprised and grateful.
You will? How splendid of you.
Not at all. You're as irresistible as my secretary said you were. He's a bit of an ass, but he was right this time. Sit down.
Shall I? Where?
Here, on the sofa.
She sits, and he sits beside her.
Where there is just room for 2. Tell me about the play. Is there any love interest in it?
Yes, but not for the principal character.
And the principal character is you?
Hmm?
Designing widow, aren't you?
Well, yes, but in the nicest possible sense.
Oh, yes, of course. Do you think that the play has a dog's chance without some love interest for the heroine?
It would be better, I admit. But you see, every line of the play is true, and I can't invent a lover for myself.
Supposing I were to invent one for you. Yes, I admit I'm getting interested. You seem a clinking good sort. Can you bowl?
Yes, quite a decent leg break.
Almost fervently.
A decent leg break? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, it would be quite easy to make love to you for the purposes of your play.
I'd hate you to put yourself out.
Not at all. I'm really disengaged till 12. You'll want the notebook.
Yes.
She rises.
But still, if you don't feel like it, it won't be much use to me.
I can be desperately in earnest for the time being. You aren't the only pretty widow in the world.
Picking notebook from desk.
No, I dare say you're in practice. Begin.
Sit here.
He indicates couch. Meekly.
I will.
Rising and clearing his throat.
Now we'll begin. Do you... Don't look at me.
No?
You should realize what is coming and look away. Make patterns on the carpet with your toe.
Slightly raising her skirt and scraping the floor with the tip of a pretty shoe.
Like that?
Yes.
He comes closer.
Just like that. You're writing something on the carpet. What is it?
Yours truly, Daphne Aloa.
You're the most adorable woman I've seen in my life.
Writing in her book.
You're the most adorable woman I've seen in my life. Do you really think so, Philip?
Yes, dear.
Making note.
Yes, dear.
That's good. Dear. Don't you think? I feel so at home with your eyes. Some widows' eyes make you feel as if you're out for the night. Some widows' eyes make you feel as if you're out for the night.
Writing.
It's a risky line. Do you think I ought to put it in?
Oh, yes. The censor will cut it out. And then you wear your clothes so cosily. You make a sort of chrysalis of them.
Making a note.
You dear. No necessity to write your dialogue. I shall remember every word of it.
You're so cousinly and all that.
Whatever that may be.
Making a note.
You're the sort of girl who comes on Sunday afternoon and stays forever.
A sort of spare room girl.
A sort of mistletoe girl. A sort of taxicab girl. A sort of sit out the next foxtrot girl.
Next foxtrot girl. Philip, you've got me set. Now you ought to propose.
Already?
Unless you think it would come as a shock to me.
Very well.
1 minute.
What is it?
I must turn away and make patterns with my toe.
She lifts her skirt and writes on the carpet again.
What do you write this time?
Yours truly, Daphne Accorsi.
Miss Aloa. Daphne.
Daphne writes.
I'm sick of not being engaged, aren't you?
Oh dear, this is realism.
What would you have me say?
Well, I thought you'd begin like this. Intoxicated by your maddening beauty and thrilled by the evidences of your sublime intellect.
I hate intellect.
I offer you my heart, my name, and my fortune. As for your play, I will arrange for its simultaneous production in 5 capitals, and will you stop to lunch?
That's your idea of a happy ending?
Yes. And after all, I'm the author.
Well, put it that way if you like. What is your answer?
My answer is yes. Now you kiss me.
He hesitates a little.
Only a stage kiss.
What sort's that?
You all but do it, but you don't.
Philip puts knee on sofa and leans over her.
How's this?
He bends over and kisses her.
Thank you.
She writes.
He kisses her. And now again.
He kisses her.
Thank you.
She writes.
He kisses her again. It doesn't seem right somehow.
Doesn't it? Seemed all right to me.
No. Stage directions always say, he snatches her to him. Can you snatch?
No, but I can try.
Well, I'll show you how it's done, and then you can snatch me.
She throws her arms around him and kisses him.
Like that.
I don't think much of that. You bumped my nose. I can snatch better than that. How's this?
He makes a grab at her and presses her to him.
You are very quick to learn.
Oh, it's just a knack. Just a knack.
I hope that's all it is.
Swinging himself about.
I like this act.
I knew you would.
Let's go on with it.
But a kiss is an ending.
Nonsense. It's a beginning.
I think you might say something more.
I'll whisper it.
He whispers in her ear.
I must write that down.
What?
It can come after the curtain's fallen if you like.
But when the curtain falls, that is the end of the play.
Yes, indeed. And now that the act is finished...
She draws a line in her notebook.
We must not pretend any more.
Oh, Lord, yes. I was pretending, wasn't I? Well, I'm quite willing to be serious after the curtain has fallen.
To be serious?
I mean, to be sincere.
He places his hand on Daphne's.
Philip.
She catches her breath as his meaning dawns upon her.
Let's pretend the curtain's down now.
Better than that. We'll have it down.
He comes to prompt corner.
Do you mind letting down the curtain, please?
Certainly, sir.
Philip takes Daphne's left hand in his right, and they wait while the curtain falls. When the curtain rises, they are seen in close embrace. When they realize the curtain is up, they break the embrace and pretend to be concerned about other things. End of the fourth act by Basil MacDonald Hastings.
Household Gods, a comedy by Aleister Crowley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters: Crassus, a barbarian from Britain.
Read by Thomas Peter.
Adela, his wife, a noble Roman lady.
Read by Michelle Eaton.
Alicia, a servant in the house.
Read by Sonia.
A statue of Pan.
Read by James Curran.
A faun.
Read by Eva Davis.
Narration, read by Chuck Williamson. The scene is at the hearth of Crassus, where is a little bronze altar dedicated to the Lares and Penates. A pale flame rises from the burning sandalwood, on which Crassus throws benzoin and musk. He is standing in deep dejection.
Smoke without fire. No thrill of tongues licks up the offerings in the cup. Dead foes desire. Black smoke thou art, O altar flame, that dost dismember, devour the hearth, to leave no ember to warm this heart. I see her still, Adela dancing here, till dim gods did appear to work our will. The delicate girl, diaphanous gossamer, subtly revealing her brave breast of pearl. Ah, she's withdrawn at dusk to the wild woods, mystic beatitudes that dare till dawn. Let life exclaim against these things of spirit, mankind that disinherit of love's pure flame.
He bends before the altar and begins to weep.
Ye household gods, by these male tears I swear that ye shall grant this prayer. All things at odds shall be put straight, harmonized, reconciled by some appointed child of some far fate.
A curtain has been drawn aside during this invocation, and Alicia advances. She smiles subtly upon him, and giving a strange gesture, makes one or two noiseless steps of dancing.
Master still sad?
These faint and fearful shores of time are beaten by the surge of sense, love worn away, by love to indifference. Who knows what god or demon she adores, or in what wood she shelters, or what grove sees a profane our sacrament of love?
I saw her follow the stream in the hollow, where never Apollo abides. So thick are the trees that never the breeze stirs them, or sees what satyr inhabits the glen, what nymph in the pool of it hides. Lighter of foot than a sylph or a fairy, sinuous, wary, I passed from the airy lawns where the flute of the winds made tremulous music for man. I followed the ripple of the stream, I crept where the water swept, the floss in the foss gurgling across the bosses of moss like a dryad's nipple in the mouth of Pan.
O pearl of the house, you came to the end?
The dusk of the slave, the dawn of a friend?
Freedom is thine for the skill in the will.
The skill is mine, but the will lies still, still as the earth that dare not stir, till the kiss of the sun awaken her.
Yet at these secrets and riddles, behold, I can fill thy lap with a harvest of gold.
Yet all the gold you could give to me would fall at my feet when I rose to be free.
What will you then?
No gift from man. Of my own free will I give you wit, O man so sorely in need of it, and happiness, and the flame that hath dwindled on this dull hearth shall be rekindled. But this you must swear, to will and to dare to seek the spirit and slay the sense, and for this hour to give me power to lead you in silent obedience, though I bade you fall on your sword.
Enough! I give my life as I gave my love.
O love you have not understood. You have not guessed its secret food. You have not seen its single eye, but fear and doubt and jealousy have risen, and now your love is trembling like a mountebank dissembling when his tricks detected. Come, to find home we must leave home.
Starless and moonless, hidden in cloud, the night's one flame of pearl.
The bat flaps, the owl hoots aloud.
Lead on, I trust you, girl.
You are bold to trust me, or have you divined my secret?
No, the crystal of your mind shows only faint disturbing images, things passing strange, as if enchanted seas kept their great swell upon it, and strange fish played in its oily depths. Some monstrous wish, the shadow of some unspeakable desire, strikes my heart cold, and sets my brain on fire.
Learn this. As we pass through the portico, fear nothing. There is nothing you can know, and by these terraces and steps that gleam wintry, although the summer night is hot, this, what we seek, is never what we find. Life is a dream, like love, and from the dream, if we may wake, we never find it what we would, for the wisdom of a mightier mind leads us in its own ways to a perfected praise.
Why are these shadows thrown across the lawn from the elms and yews? They were not wont to reach beyond the branches of that copper beech.
Attend the dawn of an unknown comet that shall come from the unfathomable wells of space into its halidom.
I know it not. Last night I walked alone here and saw nothing.
I was not with you. There is no god upon the eternal throne of stars begemming the bewildering blue unless one has the eyes to see him. Think how we two stand upon the brink of nothing. Here's a globe whereto we trust, no larger than the smallest speck of dust or mote in the sunbeam is to that sun's self. And we are like dead leaves in autumn's will of wind upon it.
Mystify me, girl. It is the right of an elf. Surely your flickering fire will draw me to some mire.
Here the stream dips its mouth into the wood. So does youth's calm and chaste beatitude touch the black mouth of love, the ancient whore.
Girl, what a scorpion leaping from your lips!
My mouth stings as no scorpion ever stung. In this round, impudent, smiling face of mine there is a poison fiercer than all wine, and from these eyes more subtle sorrows pour than you can dream. These teeth have been at grips with gods. I have sung what no girl ever sang. These ears have heard an insufferable word.
What do you mean?
The secrets in a kiss. Here are no kisses. Here great Artemis rules. Only in the woodland may a man hide his eyes from her, pledge himself to Pan. Come, through the tangled arches of cypresses and larches, stoop. Under Artemis we walked upright, but this is Pan's home and the house of night.
They enter the wood.
So when I stoop, my cheek comes close to yours. Give me a kiss.
The poisonous apple lures thus the boy's mouth. Beware.
Oh, you are fair, fairer than ever. In this tangle of trees, your hot breath wraps you in perfume.
There is some gloom or doom, a bitter, harsh ingredient in these my sorceries of animal scent.
Yes, there is fear mixed with the fascination. It is the reverence that chastity, be sure, gains from the impure.
O virtuous nation, it is the fear of the uninitiate before the throne of fate, the Hierophant.
Kiss me, however.
Did I grant this favor, all were lost. It is your truth to Adela that tempts my youth.
Henceforth, Alicia shakes with silent laughter.
What little breasts you have!
I, maiden breasts, would you betray my oath?
My will contests my wishes.
Wait, and you shall surely see part of the secret that ensorcels me. See all these bosses. It is not as if a Titan smote himself into the earth and was caught into her, made one with her.
The scent is fierce and hot, like a rotting panther's slot. Yet you are matched with mirth, shaking each other like two wrestlers.
What should stir your melancholy but laughter?
Look, before us light streams, a tremulous chorus. It is vague and vacillating.
Love, young love of maidens, is the soul thereof. And in the midst behold, O man, the image of great Pan.
I fear him.
Go and lie there at his feet. Lie supine, lie on that moss-covered root, while I draw forth the flute and make a marvelous music.
She ceases laughing and begins to play.
Oh, I rise beneath the force of lips, of fingers live that touch the delicate stops so delicately.
Hush! I have drawn the bird from the bush. Pan will appear anon.
Ah! 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 Ah!
This music moves you. Now I'll play a tune that would make mad the melancholy moon. This.
Ah! You tear my soul out with the trills. Your fingers play like summer lightning on the shaft. It is like a storm on the mountains when it trills, like the angry sea when it booms. Hark!
Some god laughed.
Your mouth is like some god's. It burns and blooms with fire unheard of, with unguessed perfumes. Oh, let me kiss you.
So you stopped my song.
She ceases the tune.
There is another song.
You do me wrong, for you love Adela.
By God, girl, no. I love Alicia.
You love her so.
Your laugh is shocking. Why do you mock me, dear?
Because you will not guess my secret here. But put your arms about my neck and swear you love me and will always keep them there. Then I might dare.
I swear it, oh my sweet.
Then take my kiss.
Your mouth is like a rose of fire. But what is this? I cannot bear it.
Ooh, it is my heart. This arrow strikes me through. Stir not one muscle for a moment. Death, you beast, you kill me with your urgent breath.
Oh, how I love you.
He moves violently.
Fool, now all my pain must be gone through again. It is sure your chastity is unstained by crime. You do the wrong thing just at the right time.
Why do you taunt me? All the wood is springs, and love is hovering over us with his wings.
Sub penis, penis.
Hush! You break the spell.
Oh, you great fools of men, I know you well, but nothing is so detrimental to love as to be sentimental. I will yet make you wise. Know that I have the magic to disguise myself in many ways. Do you feel this? Lie still, 'tis heaven were ruined by a kiss. I am a butterfly, such idle flitting as to a flower like you is fitting. Now I'm a mole. Do you think you know me now? Here is the earthworm, severed by the plough.
You are a witch. I want your love. You give only love's comedy.
The way to live is to find comedy and tragedy in everything. But if you cannot see through to the bacchanal spirit, this should suit. Here is the blacksmith, hammering a flute.
Oh, love, love, kiss me.
I will forge a ring of bloom, of blood kisses upon your neck, till it is like a garden of roses in late spring.
Soft and stung softly, fairer for a fleck.
O marvellous nation, vanity, dullness, slobber, and quotation.
Why do you love me if you scorn me so?
Why, did I say I loved you? I say no.
Why do you make love?
To beguile the hour, to crown my rose wreath with a greener flower, to do my master's bidding, that's to give life to yourself, who only think you live. But listen, have you seen the 9 waves roll monotonous upon the shoal, rising and falling like a maiden asleep? Then, with a lift and a leap, the 9th wave curls and breaks upon the beach, and rushes up it, swallowing the sand. I am that ocean. Now, you understand?
Alicia, oh, this is unbearable. Surely this wave washes the shore of hell.
Each follows each, remorseless and indifferent as nature is to each creature.
Wonderful, wonderful woman!
She throws her head back and laughs.
Now you think you know my secret. I have given you drink, and you are wise. But hush, To all emotion save this, the pulse and swell of ocean, for at the last, with mouth and fingers right, all must proclaim the triumph of the tide.
Ah, still you mock me with your cruel laugh.
It is your foolish epitaph.
But this can be no mockery. Heave and sway and curl and thrust, these waves are not at play.
You feel the ocean breaking on the shoal, but passionless and moveless is its soul.
Ah, but your soul is in your breath.
Only as the graven image of death, which men call life, and ignorantly adore.
Spare me, I cannot bear you more.
Then I will drown you. Lock your fingers fast in mine, and let our mouths mix at the last.
The statue of Pan is seen to be alive.
Shrill, shrill over the hill, the hunter is hot, this is the kill. Scream, scream, dissolving the dream of the life, the knife, to the heart of the wife. The fountain jets its flood of blood, and the moss that it wets is an amethyst flame of violets. Who shall escape murder and rape, what I am alive in my solemn shape? Shrill, shrill over the hill, the hunter is hot, this is the kill. The heart of the home is a fury of foam, the storm is awake, and the billows comb. But though I be the frenzy of glee, I am also the passionless soul of the sea. Mine eyes glint fire, and my cruel lips curl, mine the desire of the god and the girl. But fierier and fleeter, and subtler and sweeter than the race of the rhythm and the march of the meter, is the shrilling, shrilling of the knife in the killing, that ends when it must. Oh, the throb and the thrust, in the death, in the dust, the silence, the stillness of satiate lust, the solemn pause when the veil withdraws, and the man looks on his God, and the causeless cause, still, still, under the hill. The hunter is dead. This is the kill.
Pan spoke.
Pan never speaks till man is dumb, and only then, if he be like a child, silently curled within its mother's womb, or feeding at her breast. There is a wild way also, when his dumbness is of death. And there's a first and second death. Remember to die, so that no god's or angel's breath may quicken into life the wasted ember.
I am dead now.
But I must raise you up. The night grows darker, all Pan's light is gone, and you and I are pledged to sup upon a secret.
All your secrets shown.
Oh, when you know it. But you must divine Adela's shrine.
I am weary of Adela grown chaste and chill.
The hunter lags, how heavy is the hill! But you are bound to Adela.
To you?
But you have given me freedom. I will leave you.
What have I done to grieve you?
You have been the solemn fool, with face awry, that I have gathered in my ecstasy. You are only a vulgar primrose, that I have plucked.
At least, she-devil, you have been well treated.
Oh, tragic farce! Not even rhymes completed. Nay, darling, no rebellion. When you know my secret, you will understand. You are bound to Adela within the portico, to me upon this ground. By day in life adore the Lares man, by night in death make offering to Pan. Can you cut day from night by any endeavor? If so, both life and death were lost forever. Come, the stream steepens.
This road leads to hell.
The way to heaven is shorter.
Who can tell?
I have measured it.
You, girl?
It is not hard.
What did you make the height of it?
1 yard.
You always mock me.
Pity of my youth. I swerve not from, you stumble at, the truth.
I like not jests. This is a serious journey.
Why did you make a mocker of your attorney? The way to Rome leads through the Apennines. Bacchus has horns beneath the crown of vines. If you fear horns, make some polite excuse not to invoke him by the name Zagreus.
A fawn, passing among the trees.
Ye thought me a lamb with a crown of thorns. I am royal, a ram with death in my horns. So mild and soft and feminine, ye held me aloft and frowned on sin. But I was awake in your clasp as I lay. I roused the snake from its nest of clay, and ere ye knew I had sunk my forehead through and through. Harsh and horrid, through all the pleasure of rose and vine, I thrust my treasure, the cone of the pine. Eru's maid was easily sated, for she was afraid when Eru mated.
You would not laugh were you the maid.
How could I be?
Great calf, but you are all the same. Blaspheme and jeer at any mystery beyond your sphere of beer and beef, and beer and beef and beer. Now you have frightened the shy god.
Why, heed, between your arms is all the god I need.
Prudish and coarse to the last. Now hush indeed. The stream kisses the lake. We near the shrine. Stir no snapped twig. Let your foot, even yours, fall like a fawn's.
Your breath is like new wine.
Hush now. No porpoise gambols.
How obscure is the glim of the lake? Is that the isle?
Yes, in that shadow lurks a smile. See, from that jagged cloud Diana starts, like a deer from the brake. Her silver splendor darts through the crisp air to the grove upon the isle. Do you see her? Do you see her?
Monstrous, vile, these eyes betray me.
No, your Adela lies with arms thrown back, head tilted, open thighs. Her lips flame out like poppies in the dusk. The breeze brings back to us a scent of musk. Her mouth is oozing kisses.
Filthy harlot!
I never fed on a superber scarlet. And look, the wonder of plumes that foams upon her tidal breast. Oh, but a swan, a swan, a swan, snow white with his soul scarlet hidden in the abode forbidden. Oh, but his eye swoons as his broad beak slips within her luscious lips. Oh, but I cannot see. I long to die alike for wonder and for jealousy.
Vile, filthy whore! I'll catch you at it.
Soft! See how his feathers hold her soul aloft.
Beast! Have you brought me through the wood for this?
No wonder I must teach you how to kiss.
I'll clip his wings.
Supenis, penis. Slive, it's not the wings of him that clip your wife.
Thou art as filthy a creature as she.
Fat fool! All your emotions vary with your...
What?
your state of health.
Be off with you, foul.
Well?
I'll swim and stab them. The black mouth of hell yawns for their murder.
I'll be at the death. Dive then, but softly. Scarcely draw your breath.
Oh, she's unwary.
Is your love forgotten?
All love is rotten.
But your pure love for me you boasted of.
Aye, that was perfect love.
You love me then, not her?
Indeed I do.
Swear me the oath anew.
I swear to love you till the world shall end.
Then, Crassus, I will always be your friend.
Ah, that is good. You do not mock me now.
Creep softly to the land. Kiss but my brow. My curls are wet. No, never touch me there.
Why, have I not?
Oh, you have not.
Just my hand.
You disobey your mistress's command? The time is near when you shall see the keyhole of my comedy. Hush, you coarse slave. We'll surprise your good wife in her mystic exercise. Quick, through the bramble.
They burst through upon Adela.
Now, you beast, I've got you. The curse of God and plague of Naples rot you. For this white brute, one slit.
He cuts the throat of the swan with his dagger.
O love betrayed, O my dead beauty, foe, deceitful maid! Not Crassus found me out, had I the wings of my dead love. O love!
Why, wondrous things!
These nails shall serve a servant.
She shall be my wife, damned witch, when I have done with thee.
The swan dies.
I'll kill her now, but see, my swan is dead.
Yes, and what light is breaking overhead! What blaze of blue and gold envelops us!
Oh, marvel! Oh, miraculous!
What is it? Why, my lover's life in me, once concentrated, now diffused, illumes the endless reaches of eternity with infinite brilliance, with intense perfumes.
Oh, then your lover was some god's disguise.
And you have robbed me. Now beware your eyes.
She springs at Alicia, who guards herself easily. But in the struggle, her robe tears.
Take care!
A boy?
A boy? Then what am I?
That is the key word of the comedy. You thought you had two vices at your need, but she had Jove, and you had Ganymede.
They are struck dumb and still with amazement. Alicia claps her hands 4 times.
Sweep through the air, bright blaze of eagle wings. Crassus, sup pennis penis, how he swings his bulk from yonder sightless poise, to bear me back to the dominion of the air, where I shall bear the cup of Jupiter. Blind babes, love one another no less true, because the gods have deigned to dwell with you.
The eagle bears Ganymede aloft.
Adela, this mystery is too great for you and me to estimate. But, widowed both, come, seek domestic charms as we were wont, in one another's arms. What perfect moss for you to lie upon!
I am your wife, dear Crassus.
Soto voice.
Oh, my swan.
Curtain. End of Household Gods by Aleister Crowley.
Mosada by William Butler Yeats. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mosada. And my Lord Cardinal hath had strange days in his youth. Extract from a memoir of the 15th century. Dramatis Personae.
Mosada, read by Sonia.
Ebremar, read by Thomas Peter.
Cola, a lame boy, read by Charlotte Duckett.
First Monk, read by Kay Hand.
Second Monk, read by Chuck Williamson.
First Inquisitor, read by Anusha Iyer.
Second Inquisitor, read by Michelle Eaton.
Narrated by Abai. Scene 1. A little Moorish room in the village of Azubia. In the center of the room a chafing dish. Mosada, alone.
3 times the roses have grown less and less, as slowly autumn climbed the golden throne where sat old summer fading into song, and thrice the peaches flushed upon the walls, and thrice the corn around the sickles flamed, since 'mong my people, tented on the hills, he stood a messenger. In April's prime, swallows were flashing their white breasts above, or perching on the tents, aweary still, from waste seas crossed, yet ever garrulous. Along the velvet vale I saw him come, in autumn, when far down the mountain slopes the heavy clusters of the grapes were full. I saw him sigh and turn, and pass away. For I and all my people were accursed of his sad God. And down among the grass, hiding my face, I cried long, bitterly. 'Twas evening, and the cricket nation sang around my head and danced among the grass, and all was dimness till a dying leaf slid circling down, and softly touched my lips with dew, as though 'twas sealing them for death. Yet somewhere in the footsore world we meet, we two, before we die, for Azolar, the star-taught Moor, said thus it was decreed by those wan stars that sit in company above the Alpujarras on their thrones, that when the stars of our nativity draw star to star, as on that eve he passed down the long valleys from my people's tents, we meet, we two.
She opens the casement. The mingled sound of the voices and laughter of the apple-gatherers floats in.
How merry all these are among the fruit! But yon, lame Cola crouches away from all the others. Now the sun, a-shining on the little crucifix of silver hanging around lame Cola's neck, sinks down at last with yonder minaret of the Alhambra black athwart his disk. And Cola, seeing, knows the sign and comes. Thus do I burn these precious herbs whose smoke pours up and floats in fragrance over my head in coil on coil of azure.
Enter Cola.
All is ready.
Mosada, it is so much the worse. I will not share your sin.
It is no sin that you shall see on yonder glowing cloud pictured where wander the beloved feet whose footfall I have longed for 3 sad summers. Why these new fears?
The servant of the Lord, the dark still man has come and says 'tis sin.
They say the wish itself is half the sin. Then has this one been sinned full many times. Yet this no sin, my father taught it me. He was a man most learned and most mild, who dreaming to a wondrous age lived on, tending the roses round his lattice door. For years his days had dawned and faded thus among the plants. The flowery silence fell deep in his soul, like rain upon a soil worn by the solstice fierce, and made it pure. Would he teach any sin?
Gaze into the cloud yourself.
None but the innocent can see.
They say I am all ugliness. Lame-footed I am, one shoulder turned awry. Why then should I be good? But you are beautiful.
I cannot see.
The beetles and the bats and spiders are my friends. I'm theirs and they are not good. But you are like a butterfly.
I cannot see, but you shall see a thing to talk on when you're old, under a lemon tree beside your door, and all the elders sitting in the sun will wondering listen, and this tale shall ease for long the burden of their talking griefs.
On my knees, I pray you, let it sleep, the vision.
You're pale and weeping, child, be not afraid, you'll see no fearful thing. Thus I beckon from her viewless fields, thus beckon to our aid a phantom fair and calm, robed all in raiment moony white. She was a great enchantress once of yore, whose dwelling was a tree-wrapped island, lulled far out upon the water world and ringed with wonderful white sand, where never yet were furled the wings of ships. There in a dell, a lily-blanched place, she sat and sang, and in her singing wove around her head white lilies, and her song flew forth afar along the sea, and many a man grew hushed in his own house or among the merchants grey, hearing the far-off singing guile and groaned, and manned an argosy and sailing died. In the far isle she sang herself asleep at last, but now I wave her to my side.
Stay, stay, or I will hold your white arms down. Ah me, I cannot reach them. Here and there, darting, you wave them, darting in the vapour. Heard you? Your lute upon the wall has sounded. I feel a finger drawn across my cheek.
The phantoms come! Ha ha! They come! They come! I wave them hither. My breast heaves with joy. Ah! Now I'm Eastern-hearted once again, and while they gather round my beckoning arms, I'll sing the songs the dusky lovers sing, wandering in sultry palaces of Ind, a lotus in their hands.
The door is flung open. Enter the officers of the Inquisition.
Young Moorish girl, taken in magic, in the church's name I here arrest thee.
It is Allah's will. Touch not this boy, for he is innocent.
Forgive, for I have told them everything. They said I'd burn in hell unless I told them all, and let them find you in the vapour.
She turns away. He clings to her dress.
It was Allah's will.
Now, cords.
No need to bind my hands. Where are you, sirs? For ye are hid with vapours.
Round the stake. The vapour is much thicker.
God, the stake! Ye told me ye would frighten her from her sin. No more. Take me instead of her. Great sirs, she is my only friend. I'm lame, you know, one shoulder twisted, and the children cry names after me.
Lady!
I come.
Kola, following.
Forgive. Forgive, or I will die.
Mosada, stooping and kissing him.
'Twas Allah's will.
Scene 2. A room, the building of the Inquisition of Granada, lit by stained window, picturing St. James of Spain. Monks and inquisitors.
Will you not hear my last new song?
Hush, hush! So she must burn, you say?
She must, in truth.
Will he not spare her life? How would one matter when there are many?
Ebramar will stamp this heathen horde away, you need not hope. And know you not she kissed that pious child with poisonous lips, and he is pining since?
You're full of wordiness. Come, hear my song.
In truth an evil race. Why strive for her, a little Moorish girl?
Small worth.
My song?
I had a sister like her once, my friend.
Touching the first monk on the shoulder.
Where is our brother Peter? When you're nigh, he is not far. I'd have him speak for her. I saw his jovial mood bring once a smile to sainted Ebramar's sad eyes. I think he loves our brother Peter in his heart. If Peter would but ask her life, who knows?
He digs his cabbages. He brings to mind that song I've made is of a Russian tale of holy Peter of the Burning Gate. A saint of Russia in a vision saw.
Sings.
A stranger knew a risen wait by the door of Peter's gate. And he shouted, "Open wide thy sacred door." But Peter cried, "No, thy home is deepest hell, deeper than the deepest well." Then the stranger softly crew, "Cock-a-doodle doodle doo." Answered Peter, "Enter in, friend, but 'twere a deadly sin Evermore to speak a word of any unblessed earthly bird."
Be still, I hear the step of Ebrima. Yonder he comes, bright-eyed and hollow-cheeked from fasting. See, the red light slanting down from the great painted window wraps his brow as with an aureole.
Ebremar enters. They all bow to him.
My suit to you.
I will not hear. The Moorish girl must die. I will burn heresy from this mad earth, and
Mercy is the manna of the world.
the wages of sin is death.
No use?
My lord, if it must be, I pray descend yourself into the dungeon neath our feet, and importune with weighty words this Moor, that she forswear her heresies, and save her soul from seas of endless flame in hell.
I speak alone with servants of the cross and dying men, and yet, but no, farewell.
No use?
Away!
They go.
Hear, O thou enduring God, who giveth to the golden-crested wren her hanging mansion. Give to me, I pray, the burthen of thy truth. Reach down thy hands and fill me with thy rage, that I may bruise the heathen. Yea, and shake the sullen kings upon their thrones. The lives of men shall flow as quiet as the little rivulets beneath the sheltering shadow of thy church, and thou shalt bend, enduring God, the knees of the great warriors whose names have sung the world to its fierce infancy again.
Scene 3. The Dungeon of the Inquisition. The morning of the Auto da Fe dawns dimly through a barred window. A few faint stars are shining. Swallows are circling in the dimness without.
Oh, swallows, 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 will ye fly this eve, tomorrow, or tomorrow night above the farmhouse by the little lake, that's rustling in the reeds with patient pushes, soft as a long dead footstep whispering through the brain? My brothers will be passing down quite soon the cornfield, where the poppies grow, to their farm work. How silent all will be! But no, in this warm weather among the hills will be the faint far thunder sound, as though the world were dreaming in its summer sleep. That will be later. Day is scarcely dawning. And Hassan will be with them. He was so small, a weak thin child, when last I saw him there. He will be taller now. 'Twas long ago. The men are busy in the glimmering square. I hear them murmur as they raise the beams to build the circling seats, where high in air soon will the churchmen nod above the crowd. I am not of that pale company, whose feet ere long shall falter through the noisy square, and not come thence. For here, in this small ring, hearken ye swallows, I have hoarded up a poison drop, the toy of fancy once, a fashion with us Moorish maids, begot of dreaming, and of watching by the door the shadows pass. But now I love my ring, for it alone of all the world will do my bidding.
Sucks poison from the ring.
Now 'tis done, and I am glad and free. 'Twill thieve away with sleepy mood my thoughts. And yonder brightening patch of sky, with 3 bars crossed, and these 4 walls my world, and yon few stars, grown dim like eyes of lovers, the noisy world divides. How soon a deed so small makes one grow weak and tottering! Where shall I lay me down? That question is a weighty question, for it is the last. Not here, for there a spider weaves her web. Nay, here! I'll lay me down where I can watch the burghers of the night fade one by one. Yonder a leaf of apple blossom circles in the gloom, floating from yon barred window. Newcomer, thou art welcome. Lie there close against my fingers. I wonder which is whitest, they or thou. 'Tis thou, for they've grown blue around the nails. My blossom, I am dying, and the stars are dying too. They were full 7 stars, 2 only now they are, 2 side by side. O Allah, it was thus they shone that night when my lost lover left these arms. My Valence, we meet at last. The ministering stars of our nativity hang side by side, and throb within the circles of green dawn. Too late, for I am near to death. I try to lift mine arms, they fall again. This death is heavy in my veins like sleep. I cannot even crawl along the flags, a little nearer those bright stars. Tell me, is it your message, stars, that when death comes, my soul shall touch with his, and the 2 flames be one? I think all's finished now and sealed.
After a pause, enter Ebremar.
Young Moorish girl, thy final hour is here. Cast off thy heresies and save thy soul from dateless pain. She sleeps.
Starting.
Masada, thou, O God, awake, thou shalt not die. She sleeps, her head cast backward and her unloosed hair. Look up, thy Valence is by thee. A fearful paleness creeps across her breast and outspread arms.
Casting himself down by her.
Be not so pale, dear love. Oh, can my kisses bring a flush no more upon thy face? How heavily thy head hangs on my breast. Listen, we shall be safe. We'll fly from this before the morning star. Dear heart, there is a secret way that leads its paven length towards the river's marge, where lies a shallop in the yellow reeds. Awake, and we will sail afar, afar along the fleet white river's face, alone with our own whispers and replies, alone among the murmurs of the dawn. Among thy nations none shall know that I was Ebremar, whose thoughts were fixed on God and heaven and holiness.
Let's talk and grieve, for that's the sweetest music for sad souls. Day's dead, all flame bewildered, and the hills in listening silence gazing on our grief. I never knew an eve so marvellous still.
Her dreams are talking with old years. Awake, grieve not, for Valence kneels beside thee.
Valence, 'tis late, wait one more day. Below the hills the foot-worn way is long, and it grows dark. It is the darkest eve I ever knew.
I kneel by thee, no parting now. Look up. She smiles, is happy with her wandering griefs.
So you must go. Kiss me before you go. Oh, would the busy minutes might fold up their thieving wings that we might never part. I never knew a night so honey sweet.
There is no leave taking. I go no more. Safe on the breast of Valence is thy head, unhappy one.
Go not, go not, go not, for night comes fast. Look down on me, my love, and see how thick the dew lies on my face. I never knew a night so dew bedrowned.
Oh, hush the wandering music of thy mind. Look on me once. Why sink your eyelids so? Why do you hang so heavy in my arms? Love, will you die when we have met? One look give to thy Valence.
Valence, he has gone from here, along the shadowy way that winds companioning the river's pilgrim torch. I'll see him longer if I stand out here upon the mountain's brow.
She tries to stand and totters. Ebremar supports her, and she stands pointing down as if into a visionary valley.
Yonder he treads the path, over-muffled with the leaves, dead leaves, like happy thoughts grown sad in evil days. He fades among the mists. How fast they come, and pour upon the world! Ah, well a day! Poor Love and Sorrow, with their arms thrown round each other's necks, and whispering as they go, still wander through the world. He's gone, he's gone. I'm weary, weary, and 'tis very cold. I'll draw my cloak around me. It is cold. I never knew a night so bitter cold.
Dies.
Masada, oh Masada.
Enter monks and inquisitors.
My lord, you called.
Not I. This maid is dead.
From poison, for you cannot trust these Moors. You're pale, my lord.
First Inquisitor. Aside.
His lips are quivering. The flame that shone within his eyes but now has flickered and gone out.
I am not well. 'Twill pass. I'll see the other prisoners now, and importune their souls to penitence, so they escape from hell. But pardon me. Your hood is threadbare. See that it be changed before we take our seats above the crowd.
I always said you could not trust these Moors.
They go. End of Mosada by William Butler Yeats.
The Proving of Abraham by Rita Benton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Proving of Abraham. The People. Prologue and Epilogue.
Read by Michelle Eaton.
Abraham.
Read by Larry Wilson.
Isaac, his son.
Read by Beth Thomas.
The Messenger or Angel of God.
Read by David Purdy.
One or two servants. The place. Scene 1 is outside the tent of Abraham. Scene 2 is Mount Moriah. The prologue takes the place of scenery or program. The properties. A chair or bench, a bundle of wood, a knife. The Proving of Abraham. The prologue, or the servant of Abraham, acting as prologue, enter and bows low. Then, drawing himself erect, points to imaginary scenery.
This is the tent of Abraham, the father of his people, where he lives with Sarai his wife, and his son Isaac, whom he loves above all else. I am the servant of Abraham. Lo, Abraham enters now with Isaac.
The prologue goes. Abraham enters, leaning on Isaac. Isaac, pointing.
My father, behold the lambs yonder.
Aye, my son, they are for the sacrifice. I offer them up to God for a thank offering, that he hath given thee to me, O my son.
Seats himself. Isaac, clinging close to him.
Dost thou love me more than the little lambs?
Abraham, embracing him.
I love thee more than all that is in heaven or earth.
Isaac, struggling.
My father, let me go. I would go play with the lambs.
Abraham, releasing him.
Then go, my son.
Isaac runs out. Abraham remains seated. Then suddenly he starts, rises, and stands with his arms uplifted in prayer.
Here am I, Lord.
He listens with strong emotion.
O Lord, Lord, what is this that thou dost require of me? Must I give up Isaac to thee, Isaac, the joy of mine old age?
There is a pause, while he prays silently. Then he speaks humbly.
Nevertheless, not my will, O Lord, but thine be done.
There is another pause. Then he calls.
Isaac! Isaac!
Isaac runs in.
Here am I, father.
Get ye wood for a burnt offering, and saddle ye the ass, for I will go up upon the mount to sacrifice.
Ay, father, and shall I go with thee?
Thou shalt indeed go with me, thou and thy servant. Get thee gone.
Isaac runs out.
Not my will, O Lord, but thine. O Lord, I will trust in thee.
Isaac enters, carrying a bundle of faggots.
My father, all is ready. The ass is saddled, and I have here wood for the burnt offering.
Abraham, placing his arms around him.
Come, my son.
They go slowly out. The prologue or servant enters.
Behold, now Abraham and Isaac approach the mountains of Moriah. I, the servant, follow after.
He follows them. Abraham and Isaac, having made the circuit of the room, approach.
This is the mountain on which I shall sacrifice.
To servant.
Abide thou yonder with the ass. I and the lad will worship. Then I will come again to thee.
The servant bows and withdraws.
My father?
Here am I, my son.
My father, behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?
O my son, God will provide the sacrifice. O my son, before thou wert born, I longed for thee. And since thou wast a little lad, I have loved thee with a greater love than I have given my God. Now I am punished, for the Lord hath commanded me, saying, Take thou thy son, thine only son whom thou lovest, even Isaac, and offer him up for a burnt offering upon the mountains. O my son, I shall do even as the Lord hath commanded me, for all his ways are perfect. Fare thee well.
He embraces him. Isaac, fearfully.
Father, I fear.
Kneel thou upon the wood.
Isaac kneels. Abraham raises his knife to slay. A voice calls from distance.
Abraham! Abraham!
Hark! Oh, my father! A voice calls, Abraham!
Abraham, with knife still raised.
Here, my lord.
The messenger enters and stays Abraham's hand.
O Abraham, thus saith the Lord, because thou hast put thy trust in me, therefore I will deliver thee. Lay not thine hand upon the lad, for now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me.
Abraham, raising arms to heaven.
O Lord, blessed be the man that trusteth in thee.
Isaac, jumping.
Lo, father, a ram is there caught in the thicket. Lo, I shall fetch the ram for sacrifice.
He runs out.
Moreover, thus saith the Lord God, in blessing I will bless thee, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, for I have proved thee.
The messenger goes out. Isaac runs in with great excitement.
My father, the ram is caught. I will carry the wood yonder.
Runs out.
O God, thou hast tried me and known me. O see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting.
Goes with arms upraised. The servant or epilogue advances.
Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright, for the end of that man is peace.
Epilogue. He goes out. End of The Proving of Abraham. The People by Susan Glaspell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The People. Dramatis Personae. Edward Wills, editor of The People.
Read by Todd.
Oscar Tripp, associate editor.
Read by Chuck Williamson.
The Artist.
Read by Abai.
Sarah.
Read by Sonia.
Tom Howe, printer.
Read by Recording Person.
The Boy from Georgia.
Read by Philip Gould.
The Man from the Cape.
Read by David Olson.
The Woman from Idaho.
Read by Michelle Eaton.
The Earnest Approach.
Read by Larry Wilson.
The Light Touch.
Read by Sarah Hale.
The Anarchist.
Read by Thomas Peter.
The Philosopher.
Read by Alan Mapstone.
The People. Scene: the office of The People. A desk, a table, on which are manuscripts and magazines. On the walls are revolutionary posters. Wads of paper are thrown about on the floor. The office of a publication which is radical and poor. The curtain shows Oscar at one end of a table writing. There is a door rear, door left.
Enter rear, Tom Howe, a galley proof in his hand.
Why are you writing?
Oscar, jauntily.
Oh, because I am a writer.
But I thought you said there wasn't going to be another issue of The People.
I am writing.
There's a woman here with a suitcase.
What's in it?
She wants to see the editor.
Oscar, after writing a minute.
All right.
Exit Tom. Enter woman with suitcase. She is middle-aged, wears plain clothes not in fashion. Her manner is a little shrinking, and yet, as she stands in the doorway, looking about the bare room, her face is the face of one who has come a long way and reached a wonderful place.
This is the office of The People.
Mm-hmm.
The woman, in a bated way.
I came to see the author of those wonderful words.
Oscar, rising.
Which wonderful words?
About moving toward the beautiful distances.
Oh, those are Mr. Wills's wonderful words.
Begins to write as one who has lost interest.
Could I see him?
He isn't here yet. He's just back from California. Won't be at the office till a little later.
The woman, in a manner of repressed excitement.
He has been to California. He has just ridden across this country.
Yes, long trip. He was very cross over the phone.
Oh, no. I think you're mistaken.
Anything you care to see me about?
The woman, after considering.
I could see him a little later, couldn't I?
Yes, if it's important. Of course, he'll be very busy.
It is important. At least, yes, it is important.
Very well, then. Later in the morning.
The woman, thinking aloud.
I will not stand down on the street and watch the people go by.
What?
The people. It's so wonderful to see them, so many of them. Don't you often just stand and watch them?
No, madam, not often. I am too busy editing a magazine about them.
Of course you are busy. You help edit the magazine.
Looks about at the posters.
I am associate editor of The People.
That's a great thing for you, and you so young. Does Mr. Wills write in this room?
That is his desk.
The woman, looking at the desk.
It must be a wonderful thing for you to write in the same room with him.
Well, I don't know. Perhaps it is a wonderful thing for him to... I am Oscar Tripp, the poet.
It would be beautiful to be a poet. I will come back later.
Picks up suitcase.
Just leave that if you aren't going to be using it in the meantime.
The woman, putting it down near the door.
Oh, thank you. I see that you are a kind young man.
That is not the general opinion.
I wonder why it is that the general opinion is often so wrong.
Stands considering it for a moment, then goes out.
I don't quite understand that woman.
Enter Tom Howe, printer.
If this paper can't go on, I ought to know it. I could get a job in the Evening World.
Oscar continues writing.
Can it go on?
I don't see how it can, but many a time I haven't seen how it could, and it did. Doubtless it will go on, and see days so much worse than these that we will say, the good old days of 1917.
But can it pay salaries?
Oh, no, I think not. But we must work because, we love our work.
We must eat because we love our food.
You'll know soon. There's to be a meeting here this morning.
Enter Sarah. Tom goes out. Sarah is dressed like a young businesswoman and has the simple, direct manner of a woman who is ready to work for a thing she believes in.
Ed not here yet?
No.
Did he get any money?
Doesn't look like it. He was snappish over the phone. Guess he's for giving it up this time.
I don't want to give it up.
She sits at the table and unfolds a manuscript she has brought with her.
Well, it's not what we want, it's what the people want. And there aren't enough of them who want us.
The fault must lie with us.
I don't think so. The fault lies with the failure to...
The artist has entered.
I'll tell you where the fault lies. We should give more space to pictures and less to stupid reading matter.
Takes a seat at the table.
We have given too much expensive white paper to pictures and too little to reading matter, especially to poetry. That's where the fault lies.
Enter Edward Wills, editor.
I'll tell you where the fault lies.
Points first to the artist, then to Oscar.
Here, just this. Everybody plugging for his own thing. Nobody caring enough about the thing as a whole.
Oscar, rising.
I'll tell you where the fault lies.
Points to Ed.
Here, this. The editor-in-chief returns from a long trip, and the first golden words that fall from his lips are the words of censure for his faithful subordinates.
How are you, Ed?
Rotten. I hate sleeping cars. I always catch cold.
Any luck?
Ed, his hand around his ear.
What's the word?
Enter the earnest approach.
I have heard that you may have to discontinue.
Ed, sitting down at his desk, beginning to look through his mail.
It seems we might as well.
Now just let me tell you what the trouble has been and how you can remedy it. The people has been afraid of being serious, but you deal with ideas, and you must do it soberly. There is a place for a good earnest journal of protest, but all this levity, this fooling.
Enter light touch.
Came in to see you, Ed, to say I hope the news I'm hearing isn't true.
If it's bad, it's true.
Well, it's an awful pity. But you have been too damn serious. A lighter touch. That's what the people needs. You are as heavy as mud. Try it a while longer along frivolous lines. I was in the building, and just ran in to let you have my idea of what's the matter with you.
If we had as many subscribers as we have people to tell us what's the matter with us.
Enter philosopher and anarchist. Printer follows them in, a page of manuscript in his hand.
Now the philosopher and the anarchist will tell us what's the matter with us.
Too damn bourgeois. You should print on the cover of every issue. To hell with the bourgeoisie. Pigs.
The trouble with this paper is efficiency.
They start to rise in their chairs. The printer falls back against the wall, then staggers out of the room.
Dear God, there are things it seems to me I cannot bear.
It should be more carelessly done, and then it would be more perfectly done. You should be less definite, and you would have more definiteness. You should not know what it is you want, and then you would find what you are after.
You talk as if we had not been a success. But just last night I heard of a woman in Bronxville who keeps the People under her bed, so her husband won't know she's reading it.
If you had been a success, you would have fired that woman with so great a courage that she would proudly prop the People on the pillow.
Artist, who is sketching the anarchist.
It was my pictures got us under the bed.
I was definitely told it was my last talk with God put us under the bed.
Can you not see that she puts you under the bed because you yourselves have made concessions to the bourgeoisie? Cows! Geese!
Artist, who has been sketching the anarchist.
It should print more pictures.
It must print more poetry.
They glare at one another.
It should be more serious.
It should be more frivolous.
Enter the boy from Georgia, dressed like a freshman with a good allowance.
Is this the office of the people?
No, this is a lunatic asylum.
The boy, after a bewildered moment.
Oh, you're joking. You know, I wondered about that, whether you would joke here. I thought you would.
Stepping forward.
I came to see the editor. I want to tell him.
So many people are telling me so many things. Could you tell me yours a little later?
Oh, yes. Of course there must be many important things people have to tell you.
Well, many.
Boy goes out rear, reluctantly. Artist, who has all the time been glaring at Oscar.
Speaking for the artists, I want to say right now...
Speaking for the writers, I wish to say before we go further...
A more serious approach.
A lighter touch.
Speaking for the anarchists.
Speaking for the truth.
Phone rings. Oscar enters. Enter the man from the Cape. Slow, heavy.
You have come to tell us something about this paper?
Yes.
There are a number ahead of you. Will you wait your turn?
A look of disappointment.
I'll be glad to see you as soon as I can. There, in the outside office.
Motioning, door rear. A moment the man stands there, a mute, ponderous figure, then very slowly goes out. Oscar, hanging up the receiver.
Morit's paper company bill got to be paid today. And here.
Takes from his drawer a huge packet of bills.
You could pay your bills if you were not afraid to be serious.
You could pay your bills if you were not afraid to be gay.
From the door, very solemnly.
A more earnest approach would save the people.
A lighter touch would turn the trick.
Exeunt. Anarchist, going over and pounding on editor's desk.
To hell with the bourgeoisie! Apes!
Efficiency has put out the spark.
Well, as long as the spark appears to be good and out, may I, in the name of efficiency, ask you who do not belong here to retire, that we may go ahead with our work.
There would be greater efficiency in our remaining. There would be form. You have lacked form.
You have lacked courage, donkeys.
It would be illuminating, Leo, to hear you run through the animal kingdom. Toads, crocodiles, a number of things you haven't mentioned yet. But the animal kingdom is large, and we have work to do.
You lack form in your work. By form, I do not mean what you think I mean. I mean that particular significance of the insignificant, which is the fundamental...
We wouldn't understand it. Why tell us?
No.
Goes to door.
You couldn't understand it.
Exit.
Rest in peace.
Gesture of benediction. Then from the door, hissingly.
Centipedes.
Exit. All laugh.
What's the matter with us is our friends.
Well, to be or not to be. I guess it's up to you, Ed.
Just what would we be going on for? To make a few more people like the dear ones who have just left us? Seems to me we could best serve society by not doing that. Precisely what do we do, aside from getting under the bed in Bronxville? Now and then something particularly rotten is put over, and we have a story that gets a rise out of a few people. But we don't change anything.
We had another hope. We were going to express ourselves so simply and so truly that we would be expressing the people.
The people. I looked at them all the way across this continent. Oh, I got so tired looking at them, on farms, in towns, in cities. They're like toys that you wind up and they'll run a while. They don't want to be expressed. It would topple them over. The longer I looked, the more ridiculous it seemed to me that we should be giving our lives to
Picks up the magazine and reads,
The People, a journal of the social revolution. Certainly we'd better cut the subtitle. The social revolution is dead.
You don't think you are bringing back any news, do you, Ed?
Artist takes up the magazine.
Instead of a subtitle, we could have a design. Much better.
Glares at Oscar, then begins to draw.
This is a long way from what you felt a year ago, Ed. You had a vision then.
You can't keep vision in this office. It's easy enough to have a beautiful feeling about the human race when none of it is around. The trouble about doing anything for your fellow man is that you have to do it with a few of them. Oh, of course, that isn't fair. We care. I'll say that for us. Even Oscar cares, or he wouldn't work the way he has. But what does our caring come to? It doesn't connect up with anything, and God knows it doesn't seem to be making anything very beautiful of us. There's something rather pathetic about us.
Or is it merely ridiculous?
Let me read you something, Ed.
Takes up the magazine. Reads very simply.
We are living now. We shall not be living long. No one can tell us we shall live again. This is our little while. This is our chance. And we take it like a child who comes from a dark room to which he must return. Comes for one sunny afternoon to a lovely hillside, and finding a hole, crawls in there till after the sun is set. I want that child to know the sun is shining upon flowers in the grass. I want him to know it before he has to go back to the room that is dark. I wish I had pipes to call him to the hilltop of beautiful distances. I myself could see further if he were seeing at all. Perhaps I can call you, you who have dreamed, and dreaming know, and knowing care. Move, move from the things that hold you. If you move, others will move. Come, now, before the sun goes down. You wrote that, Ed.
Yes, I wrote it. And do you want to know why I wrote it? I wrote it because I was sore at Oscar and wanted to write something to make him feel ashamed of himself.
While Thara is reading, the woman has appeared at the door and has moved in a few steps into the room, as if drawn by the words she is hearing. Behind her are seen the boy from Georgia, the man from the Cape. The woman moving forward.
I don't believe that's true. I don't believe that's true. Maybe you think that's why you wrote it, but it's not the reason. You wrote it because it's the living truth, and it moved in you, and you had to say it.
Ed, rising.
Who are you?
I am one of the people. I have lived a long way off. I heard that call, and I had to come.
I've come too. I'm from Georgia. I read it and I didn't want to stay at school any longer. I said, I want something different and bigger, something more like this. I heard about your not being able to sell your paper on the newsstands just because lots of people don't want anything different and bigger. And I said to myself, I'll sell the paper. I'll go and sell it on the streets. And I got so excited about it that I didn't even wait for the dance. There was a dance that night, and I had my girl, too.
He didn't even wait for the dance.
The idealists are calling upon the intellectuals and calling them.
Ed, to the man.
And what did you leave, my friend?
The man, heavily.
My oyster bed. I'm from the Cape. I had a chance to go in on an oyster bed. I read what you wrote. A woman who had stopped in an automobile left it, and I said to myself, I'm nothing but an oyster myself. Guess I'll come to life.
But What did you come here for?
Well, for the rest of it.
The rest of what?
The rest of what you've got.
Yes, that's it. We've come for the rest of what you got.
This is awkward for Ed.
Give it to us.
What?
The rest of it.
I haven't got anything more to give.
But you made us think you had. You led us to believe you had.
And you have. If you hadn't more to give, you couldn't have given that.
Very awkward.
You said I call to you. You who have dreamed, and dreaming know, and knowing care. Well, 3 of us are here, from the south and the east and the west. We've come because you made us want something we didn't have, made us want it so much we had to move the way we thought was towards it, before the sun goes down.
We thought people here had life, something different and bigger.
Perhaps we'd better go. Poor Ed.
I wish you'd shut up, Oscar.
I know you will give it to us.
Give what to you?
What you have for the people.
Oscar coughs.
What you made us know we need.
You shouldn't have called personally. You should have sent in your needs by mail.
Oscar, try and act as if you had a soul.
I think he really has.
A look at Oscar, then warmly.
At least he has a heart. It's only that he feels he must be witty. But you're not going to let us just go away again, are you? He gave up his oyster bed, and this boy didn't even wait for the dance, and me, I gave up my tombstone.
Your...
Yes, tombstone. It had always been a saying in our family. He won't even have a stone to mark his grave. They said it so much and so solemnly that I thought it meant something. I sew, plain sewing, but I've often said to myself, well, at least I'll have a stone to mark my grave. And then there was a man who'd been making speeches to the miners. I live in a town in Idaho, and he had your magazine, and he left it in the store, and the storekeeper said to me, when I went there for thread, "Here, you like to read. Don't you want this? I wish you would take it away, because if some folks in this town see it, they'll think I'm not all I should be." He meant the cover.
The artist, brightening.
That was my cover.
The woman, after a smile at the artist.
So I took it home, and when my work was done that night, I read your wonderful words. They're like a spring. If you've lived in a dry country, you'll know what I mean. And they made me know that my tombstone was as dead as, well...
With a little laugh.
As dead as a tombstone. So I had to have something to take its place.
Sarah, rising and going to the woman.
Talk to him. Tell him about it. Come, Oscar.
As long as there seems to be so much uncertainty about this, perhaps I'd better telegraph Father. You see, the folks don't know where I am. I just came.
He didn't even stay for the dance.
I'll be glad to sell the papers.
Seeing a pile of them on the table.
Here, shall I take these? And I'll stop people on the street and tell why I'm selling them.
No, you can't do that. You'd be arrested.
Let him sell them. What's the difference about the law if you have the right idea?
The right idea has given us trouble enough already.
There's something sure about an oyster bed.
You come with me and have a drink. Something sure about that, too.
He could have had a drink at home.
Sarah, to the artist.
Coming, Joe?
To the boy.
It was corking of you to want to help us. We must talk about...
All go out except the woman and the editor. A pause.
I am sorry for you.
Why?
The woman, feeling her way, and sadly.
Because you have the brain to say those things, and not the spirit to believe them. I couldn't say them, and yet I've got something you haven't got. Because I know the thing you said was true.
Will you sit down?
No, I'll go.
Stands there uncertainly.
I don't know why I should be disappointed. I suppose it's not fair to ask you to be as big as the truth you saw. Why should I expect you would be?
I'm sorry. I suppose now you'll regret your tombstone.
No, it was wonderful to ride across this country and see all the people. The train moving along seemed to make something move in me. I had thoughts not like any thoughts I've ever had before. Your words like a spring breaking through the dry country of my mind. I thought of how you call your paper a journal of the social revolution, and I said to myself, this is the social revolution. Knowing that your tombstone doesn't matter. Seeing, that's the social revolution.
Seeing?
The woman, as if it is passing before her.
A plain, dark trees off at the edge, against the trees a little house and a big barn. A flat piece of land fenced in. Stubble, furrows, horses waiting to get in at barn. Cows standing around a pump. A tile yard, a water tank. One straight street of a little town. The country so still it seemed dead. The trees like hopes that have given up. The graveyards on hills, they come so fast. I noticed them first because of my tombstone, but I got to thinking about the people who spent their whole lives right near the places where they are now. There's something in the thought of them, like the cows standing around the pump. So still, so patient. It kind of hurts. And their pleasures, a flat field fenced in. Your great words carried me to other great words. I thought of Lincoln and what he said of a few of the dead. I said it over and over. I said things and didn't know the meaning of them till after I had said them. I said the truth, the truth, the truth that opens from our lives as water opens from the rocks. Then I knew what that truth was.
Pause, with an intensity peculiarly simple.
Let us here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. I mean, all of them.
A gesture wide, loving.
Let life become what it may become. So beautiful that everything that is back of us is worth everything it costs.
Enter Tom, printer.
I've got,
Feeling something strange.
Sorry to butt in, but I can still get that job on the Evening World. If this paper is going to stop, I've got to know it.
Stop? This paper can't stop.
Can't stop? Last I heard, it couldn't do anything else.
That was long ago.
Oh, you've got something to go on with?
Yes, something to go on with.
I see.
Looks at woman, as if he didn't see. Glances at her suitcase.
I'm glad, but I've got to be sure. This is the truth?
The truth. The truth that opens from our lives as water opens from the rocks.
Tom backs up. The woman, turning a shining face to the printer.
Nobody really needs a tombstone.
Curtain. End of The People.